Chapter 310. Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled and reached out with his left hand, but it was empty. The perfected masters present were not fooled by this. When perfected master Liang Xianfeng opened his left hand, Lu Ping noticed that the airflow in the room had suddenly changed. Before Lu Ping could use his divine sense to investigate what was in perfected master Liang Xuanfeng's hand, perfected Huang Tingjian exclaimed, "Flying catkin. Brother Liang is really generous to actually take out such a mid-grade profound rank origin treasure." It was a universe treasure. The perfected masters in the room immediately panicked. They all released their divine senses toward perfected master Liang Xuanfeng's hand. Lu Ping was no exception. In Lu Ping's divine sense, he could sense a seemingly insubstantial flying catkin floating in perfected master Liang's hand, but it could not escape his grasp. However, the airflow in the room revolved around this invisible flying catkin, forming a faint whirlwind. Fluttering cotton was originally some dust, fluttering cotton, and other miscellaneous things in the world that were almost weightless. However, these things had drifted in the world with the wind for thousands of years and had never drifted to the ground or attached to any object. Over time, these miscellaneous things had condensed a trace of the spirit of the world and absorbed the essence of the wind to form fluttering cotton. Given perfected master Liang Xuanfeng's status, it was not strange for him to take out a universe treasure. Every sect encouraged their cultivators to hand over the universe treasures they had no use for to the sect, and the sect would naturally reward them handsomely. At the same time, they also warned the cultivators not to exchange the universe treasure for anything else. After all, every universe treasure represented the appearance of at least a mid-stage core forging master. If the universe treasure ended up in the hands of an enemy, it would be akin to aiding the enemy. Every universe treasure was a treasure that a sect spared no effort in collecting. It was related to the prosperity and inheritance of a sect. As expected, after perfected master Liang Xianfeng took out the universe treasure, all the cultivators in the room were eager to try it out. What does perfected master Liang intend to exchange this treasure for? Perfected master Jin, the host of the trade meeting, was the first to ask this question. Daoist Liang didn't seem to notice the anxious mood of the master in the quiet room. He slowly said, "I wish to exchange for 2 wind attribute treasured restrictions. It would be best if one is offensive and one is defensive. If I really don't have any, then I can exchange my defensive treasured restriction for a flying escape treasure. Of course, it would be best if I don't have these 2 treasured restrictions." As soon as Daoist Liang's words left his mouth, more than half of the cultivators in the quiet room shook their heads regretfully. Many cultivators seemed to be weighing and thinking about something. Perfected Master Jin then said, "Ha, perfected Master Liang Xianfeng, perfected Master Xianfeng, perfected Master Liang Xianfeng, but as the host, I have to remind you that you are at a bit of a loss." Reverend Liang nodded in satisfaction and said, "The sky-breaking sword sect has always been fair and just. Sure enough, they live up to their reputation. These 2 barriers are only the minimum requirement. If you want this spiritual item, you can exchange it with upper-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins it." As soon as perfected master Liang Xianfeng finished his sentence, a late-stage core forging master said, "I will offer an offensive restriction in a flight restriction, as well as 10 high-grade spirit stones." What a joke. This is a universe treasure. Brother Yu, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by everyone here? After all, Yuan Ming's sect was a reputable sect in the East Ocean. I have an offensive restriction and a defensive restriction, as well as 20 high-grade spirit stones. The one who spoke was also a late-stage core forging master. This perfected master was sitting opposite perfected master Yu. It was obvious that the 2 sects didn't have a good relationship. Naturally, they wouldn't give in to each other when it came to treasures that could produce experts. Yuan Ming sect's immortal Yu, who was ridiculed, sneered, "Yin Jichang, your Qingyuan sect is not so carefree. I heard that your brother's cultivation has reached the 3rd stage of core forging realm because of elixirs, and he also cultivates a wind attribute cultivation method. Are you so sure that he can fuse with the flying cotton? It's better not to waste God's gift recklessly. Just get a low-rank profound level spirit object and let him live for 100 or 80 years. Do you still expect your playboy brother to fight for Qingyuan sect, Yin Jichang? Perfected Master Yin Jichang of Qingyuan sect was livid. It was obvious that Perfected Master Yu had hit the nail on the head. However, he still said coldly, "This is our sect's business. If you are weak, just shut up." Spiritual Master Yu laughed mockingly twice, but did not say anything else. At this time, another Perfected Master made a bid. He also offered an offensive restriction and a defensive restriction, as well as 30 high-grade spirit stones. Another Perfected Master took out 2 defensive restrictions, but he obviously realized that 2 defensive restrictions were not as good as 1 offensive and 1 defensive restriction. He offered 50 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping noticed that after Perfected Master Liang took out the flying feather, the cultivators who bid were all in the late core forging realm. None of the mid-stage core forging realm cultivators made a bid. Even if there were 1 or 2 who were eager to try, they didn't know why. No one knew if the wind attribute restriction they offered was suitable for Daoist Liang. With Daoist Liang's cultivation at the 9th layer of core forging, he naturally had more than 1 magic treasure. Moreover, his magic treasure also had more than 1 restriction. Thus, even the highest bidder might not be able to catch Daoist Liang's eye. If Daoist Liang already had a restriction, then he could only settle for the next best thing and see if the other bidder's restrictions were suitable. Just as Perfected Master Liang was waiting for other bidders, Perfected Master Huang Tingjian said, "Brother Liang, Skyrend, offer an offensive restriction, a defensive restriction, and a flying one. I guarantee that Brother Liang has never used them before. What do you think?" As soon as Perfected Master Huang Tingjian said that, the cultivators in the quiet room who participated in the bidding changed their expressions. However, Skyrend was powerful and clearly wanted this spiritual item. The other Perfected Masters naturally didn't want to provoke Skyrend at this time. Perfected Master Liang also knew that since Perfected Master Huang Tingjian made a bid, no one else in the quiet room would dare to bid again. Moreover, with Skyrend's status in the Eastern Sea, it was not a lie to say that he could find 3 restrictions that Perfected Master Liang hadn't used before. Thus, Perfected Master Liang smiled and said, "Since Brother Huang has spoken, I naturally believe you." After saying that, he pointed to Lu Ping beside him and said, "I originally wanted to ask for some superior grade spirit stones for my juniors, but with Brother Huang's bid, I don't have any gifts for my juniors." At this time, Perfected Master Jin had already walked to the back of the pavilion under Perfected Master Huang Tingjian's signal. When he came out a moment later, there were 7 or 8 jade slips in the jade box in his hand. Clearly, each jade slip had a restriction recorded on it. Perfected Master Huang Tingjian was afraid that these restrictions were not enough, so he flipped his hand and took out another 3 or 4 jade slips and placed them in the jade box. After looking through the jade slips one by one, Perfected Master Liang pondered for a moment before choosing 3 jade slips from the jade box. He said, "Skyrend lives up to its name as one of the 5 major sects of the Eastern Sea. This foundation is indeed admirable." Perfected Master Huang Tingjian reached out to take the flying cotton from Perfected Master Liang and stored it in a gourd. Only then did he say, "Brother Liang is too kind." It was Perfected Master Huang Tingjian's turn to show off his treasure. Just as everyone was waiting to see what kind of treasure Perfected Master Huang would bring out as the host, they heard Perfected Master Huang Tingjian say with a smile, "Since Lu Xiaoyu is an alchemy grandmaster and has just exchanged a bowl of jade nectar from Fairy Sun, since you're participating in this trade fair, you might have to take out a treasure or 2 to broaden our horizons." All the cultivators in the quiet room looked at Lu Ping. At this time, because of Lu Ping's 15 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs and his identity as an alchemy grandmaster, no one dared to look down on this first-layer core forging minor repairs. Lu Ping knew that Uncle Master Liang Xuanfeng's words had bought him such an opportunity. However, Lu Ping was also secretly thinking about what kind of treasure he should show that would not embarrass him or attract attention. After all, Lu Ping was not perfected Master Liang and did not have such a high cultivation to intimidate others. Lu Ping carefully took stock of his possessions and found that he really had a lot of treasures that were qualified to be traded. There was no need to talk about the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. If 10 more appeared, he was afraid that Fa Xiang Laozu would come knocking on his door. Lu Ping did not want to be in the limelight again. Naturally, he would not be able to use heaven and earth spirit treasures, not to mention that all 5 of Lu Ping's heaven and earth spirit treasures had their own uses. Lu Ping did have a lot of mutated spiritual materials, such as the branch of the peach tree demon, the 1,000-year-old peach tree struck by lightning, the pool of mutated spiritual water catalyzed by the profound heavy water, and so on. However, perfected Master Ming Jian had already asked for a second-class wood attribute spiritual material. At this time, it was obviously not appropriate for Lu Ping to take it out. There was no need to mention the mutated spiritual water, which was used by Zhongxian Laozu to quench a celestial tool. Taking it out was tantamount to telling everyone that the profound heavy water of the 4 treasures of Zhongxian was on him. Moreover, perfected Master Liang had repeatedly instructed Lu Ping not to take out the harvest from Zhongxian's cave for trading. Magic weapons were fine, but Lu Ping did not have many of them. Moreover, these magic weapons were currently of use to Lu Ping. Lu Ping finally set his eyes on the sunflower water essence and the myriad poison serum. The sunflower water essence had already been used by Lu Ping a lot, and now the remaining small pool was used to support the growth of the 3 white jade lotus seeds. Then there was only the myriad poison serum left. It just so happened that Lu Ping's protective aura chi still needed the last kind of water attribute rare item to upgrade it to the water curtain true aura shield. So, he used a portion of the myriad poison serum to exchange for the same water attribute rare item that could be used to condense the protective aura shield. Under the expectant, sarcastic, or stupefied gazes of the crowd, Lu Ping took out a 1-foot-tall bluestone jar from his storage ring. Inside it was a jar full of fragrant golden liquid. What is this thing? How come I haven't seen it before? What kind of good thing can be stored in a stone jar? In the end, he is a cultivator who has just advanced to the core forging realm. Moreover, he is so young. Even if he is an alchemy grandmaster, his foundation is shallow. Without the accumulation of time, it is not enough. Lu Ping turned a deaf ear to the whispers of the surrounding cultivators. Instead, he carefully placed the bluestone jar in front of him, for fear of knocking it over. Chapter 311. Deliberately mystifying things. The one who spoke was Daoist Gao, who had previously reprimanded Lu Ping. At this time, he couldn't wait to jump out and mock him. Several divine senses probed the golden liquid in the bluestone jar, including Daoist Gao's divine sense. Lu Ping laughed inwardly, but he didn't say anything. The myriad poison liquid was a highly toxic substance that could even corrode divine senses. A series of muffled groans were heard, and a faint green smoke rose from the bluestone jar. Daoist Gao fiercely said, "Are you deliberately trying to trick me?" Lu Ping glanced at Daoist Gao and indifferently said, "You can send and receive divine senses at will. How can I stop you? Besides, didn't you say that I was deliberately mystifying things? Why are you so impatient to use your divine sense to probe it?" You. Daoist Gao angrily sat down. He didn't feel wronged at all. Daoist Ming Jian, who was sitting at the head of the table, rubbed his eyebrows. Apparently, he had also tried to use his divine sense to probe the golden liquid in the bluestone jar and suffered a loss. Then, he said, "Lu Xiaoyu, what is this? It has such a strong corrosive effect. Something that can even corrode divine senses must be a famous poison in the cultivation world. However, I have never seen this kind of golden liquid before." Fairy Sun, who was sitting at the side, seemed to have a lot of knowledge about water attribute spiritual objects. She muttered, "Could this be the legendary myriad poison liquid condensed from the myriad poison meteor evil chi? But isn't this myriad poison liquid black? How did it turn golden? But there's no mistaking its fragrance. Everyone present naturally heard Fairy Sun's words. Upon hearing the name of the myriad poison liquid, even Taoist Liang Xianfeng couldn't help but look at the golden liquid in the bluestone jar. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed the origin of the myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping smiled and said, Fairy Sun's knowledge is extraordinary. I, Lu Jiu, admire you. This is indeed the myriad poison liquid. Taoist Ming Jian was surprised and said, myriad poison liquid? This is one of the few poisons in the cultivation world. It's no wonder that it can even corrode divine thoughts. However, the degree of corrosion is too severe. Could it be that after the myriad poison liquid turned golden, the poison also became more intense? Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, this junior doesn't know either, but this jar of golden liquid is undoubtedly the myriad poison serum. Lu Ping thought to himself, could it be because of the nameless spirit water of heaven and earth that the myriad poison liquid turned golden and became more toxic? At this time, Taoist Jin said, the myriad poison liquid is indeed of the highest grade among the mysterious treasures of heaven and earth. However, it's too difficult to use it to cultivate a divine ability. After all, it's extremely difficult for a cultivator to control such a strong poison when cultivating a divine ability. If not, it'll backfire on the cultivator. Of course, if the cultivation is successful, the power of the divine ability cannot be underestimated. At least in the cultivation world, there's hardly any poison that can harm a cultivator who uses the myriad poison liquid to cultivate a divine ability. Lu Ping didn't refute. Using the myriad poison liquid to cultivate a divine ability was indeed very risky. If it wasn't for Samling's help and his divine sense that far surpassed others, it wouldn't have been easy for Lu Ping to fuse the myriad poison meteorite aura into his protective vigor qi. At this time, Fairy Sun smiled and said, Lu Daoyu, why did you use an ordinary bluestone jar to store the myriad poison liquid? Lu Ping answered with a smile, this is a miracle of fate. The myriad poison liquid's poison is so strong that it can corrode almost any object, except for this ordinary bluestone. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, I would have missed this precious treasure. When everyone heard this, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. Although it was extremely difficult to use the myriad poison liquid to cultivate a divine ability, its effects were still coveted by many cultivators. Just being immune to all poisons was already extremely beneficial. Many cultivators wanted to exchange for it. Lu Ping's jar of myriad poison liquid might seem small, but when a cultivator used it to cultivate a protective vigor qi, it was fused with the myriad poison meteorite aura released by the myriad poison liquid. The amount of myriad poison meteorite aura condensed into this jar of myriad poison meteorite aura was enough for 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators to condense their vigor qi. Lu Ping also felt helpless. When he condensed his vigor qi, he used so much myriad poison liquid. If he wanted to condense a third type of vigor qi, he would need to use at least the same amount of myriad poison liquid. A Taoist master said with a difficult expression, I also have a water attribute heaven and earth treasure used to condense vigor qi, but the amount is only 1/3 of Lu Daoyu's. If Lu Daoyu is willing, I can replace it with something else, or only exchange for 1/3 of the myriad poison liquid. What do you think? When Lu Ping heard that the other party had a water attribute heaven and earth treasure, he was delighted. But when he heard that it was only 1/3, he could only regretfully shake his head and say, I'm really sorry, I will only exchange for the same amount of heaven and earth treasure. Everyone present was a sensitive person, so they could naturally guess that Lu Ping wanted to exchange for a heaven and earth treasure to condense his own divine ability. But to condense so much at once, 3 to 4 times more than an ordinary cultivator, was a bit surprising. Such a small protective divine ability was comparable to a protective magic treasure. At this time, Taoist Master Bright Sword and Taoist Master Huang Tingjian were whispering to each other. No one knew what they were discussing, but from the way the two looked at the bluestone jar in front of Lu Ping from time to time, it could be guessed that Skyrend also had his eyes on this jar of myriad poison liquid. Perhaps the conversation between Taoist Master Bright Sword and Taoist Master Huang Tingjian had aroused the vigilance of the other cultivators who coveted the myriad poison liquid. Many cultivators who were interested in the myriad poison liquid revealed their own bargaining chips. Lu Daoyu, I have a portion of glacial true water. Although the amount is only 1/4 of the myriad poison liquid, I still have a portion of 100-flower jade dew. If it is not enough, I will use high-grade spirit stones to make up for it. How about it? Lu Daoyu, such a large amount of water-attributed heaven and earth treasure is truly rare. What do you think of this underground millennium water milk? Not bad, it is indeed only half of the amount. Fellow Taoist is an alchemist, how about I use a millennium spirit grass to make up for it? I have a sufficient amount of heaven and earth treasure, but this is a dual attribute heaven and earth treasure. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in it. For a moment, Lu Ping's myriad poison liquid became a highly sought-after item. In the quiet room, 5 or 6 people took out water-attributed heaven and earth treasures, intending to trade with Lu Ping. This greatly surprised Lu Ping. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Although heaven and earth treasures were rare, which one of the Taoist masters here hadn't lived for hundreds of years? Which one of them didn't have some trump cards? Not to mention, this was only a water-attributed heaven and earth treasure. If it was a heaven and earth treasure of any other attribute, these cultivators would have many of them. Previously, when Taoist Master Gao said that Lu Ping's foundation was shallow, he wasn't wrong. However, these cultivators who were willing to trade either didn't have enough heaven and earth treasures, or their attributes weren't suitable. This greatly disappointed Lu Ping. Right at this moment, Reverend Mingjian asked, "Young friend Lu, our Sky Fisher sword sect does have a special item of the water attribute, and its quantity is sufficient. However, if you want to condense your energy, you'll have to follow me to our Sky Fisher sword sect's territory, Jade Sword Island." Hearing Taoist Master Ming Jian's words, Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "May I know what senior is talking about?" Taoist Master Ming Jian and Taoist Master Huang Ting Jian looked at each other, then turned and smiled. "It's my sect's sword cleansing pool." Everyone cried out in surprise. Lu Ping also looked at Taoist Master Ming Jian in surprise. Skyren's sword cleansing pool could be considered a heaven and earth treasure. Legend had it that when Skyrend was first established, Sky-ripping Laozu established the sword cleansing pool. Skyrend had a long history, even longer than Jinling. The sword cleansing pool had always existed and became one of Skyrend's specialties. Who would have thought that the water in the sword cleansing pool was a heaven and earth treasure? Lu Ping glanced at Liang Xianfeng beside him. He didn't know much about the sword cleansing pool, but Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng was experienced and knowledgeable. At this moment, Lu Ping wanted to hear his opinion. Unexpectedly, Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng seemed to be thinking about something and didn't pay attention to Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't want to miss this opportunity either. He was about to agree when he heard Fairy Sun say, "Lu Daoyu, I also have a heaven and earth treasure here. Do you like it?" Everyone in the quiet room also looked at Fairy Sun in surprise. They didn't expect that after Skyren proposed to trade, Fairy Sun also wanted to interfere. It wasn't that Skyrend was as overbearing as the Crystal Palace. It was just that Skyrend was a big sect in Donghai after all, and this trade fair was proposed by Skyrend. The cultivators were afraid of Skyrend's power, and they wanted to do the host a favor. Usually, after the 3 Taoists of Skyrend made a move, the rest of the people would unanimously stop bidding. Fairy Sun's move was not only unexpected, but even Taoist Master Ming Jian was a little surprised. Fairy Sun also realized that what she did was likely to offend Skyrend, but she just nodded to Taoist Master Ming Jian apologetically. Then she turned around and took out an item. She said to Lu Ping, "Lu Daoyu, this is what I got from Zhongxian's cave mansion. I wonder if you can use it." Items from Zhongxian's cave mansion had appeared several times in this trade fair, but when Fairy Sun took out this item, it still attracted the attention of the cultivators. Fairy Sun took out a palm-sized jar. It was a spatial mystic instrument, but when Lu Ping peered into the jar's mouth, he couldn't see anything inside. Lu Ping looked at Fairy Sun with some surprise. Seeing Fairy Sun's smiling expression, Lu Ping focused and used his divine sense to explore. He found that there was indeed more than half a jar of liquid in the jar, but he couldn't see it with his eyes. Even if he used his divine sense to explore, he had to be very careful to find this kind of thing. Lu Ping said in surprise, This is invisible. Fairy Sun nodded and said, to be more precise, this is formless. This thing is called formless water. When used to condense a magical ability, combined with some invisibility techniques, it can make it difficult for a cultivator to be discovered by others. Of course, it is also very helpful in strengthening a cultivator's protective aura. Lu Ping's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking. Fairy Sun thought that Lu Ping was still hesitating about the sword cleansing pool and continued, Zhongxian Laozu came from the North Sea Fei Ling sect. Legend has it that the Fei Ling sect had a sword technique called Invisible Sword Technique. This sword technique was created by an expert of the Fei Ling sect for this kind of natural wonder. Using this invisible water to condense stellar energy, if combined with the invisible sword technique, it would be even more mysterious. Legend has it that this is the foundation of a divine ability. When Lu Ping heard invisible sword technique, his heart was like a clap of thunder, and a wave of joy filled his heart. Chapter 312. When Lu Ping heard that this invisible water was actually related to the shapeless sword technique that sixth senior sister gave him, and that it was the foundation of a sword technique, he was already pleasantly surprised. However, Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. Although Fairy's invisible water has a wonderful effect, this kind of spirit water can only display its greatest power when combined with the shapeless sword incantation. Without the shapeless sword incantation's secret technique, this kind of spirit water can only be used when a cultivator is motionless. Once a fight breaks out, the invisibility spell will be broken. At that time, the effect of the invisible water will even be inferior to the essence of Kuei water. Lu Ping was about to agree, but spiritual master Liang Xianfeng suddenly spoke. Lu Ping was stunned and didn't agree in the end. He listened to spiritual master Liang Xuanfeng's words. Spiritual master Liang Xianfeng was actually reminding Lu Ping not to be tempted by the name of invisible water, but he didn't know that Lu Ping had already learned the shapeless sword technique. Spiritual Master Huang Tingjian also said, I've heard of failing sects, invisible water, and shapeless sword technique, but since the destruction of failing sect, many inheritances have been lost, and this shapeless sword technique has never been seen again. I think the sects of North Sea also didn't get this sword technique inheritance from failing sect back then. In that case, this invisible water is a bit of a pity. Lu Ping's expression didn't change. He could already see that Fairy Sun valued this trade fair very much. First, she took out the jade nectar water to exchange for the 3,000 years old spirit herb, and now she was using invisible water to exchange for the myriad poison serum. It seemed that she had an urgent need for it. Sure enough, spiritual master Huang Tingjian's seemingly unintentional words were actually to make Lu Ping give up on the invisible water and choose to condense his gang qi in Skyren's sword purification pool. A flash of anger flashed across Fairy Sun's face, but Lu Ping happened to catch it. Lu Ping was sure that this Fairy Sun really had something that she couldn't say, and Skyren seemed to know. Although the two didn't fall out, Skyrend was now somewhat suspected of taking advantage of the situation. Could it be that this myriad poison syrup had some other function that he didn't know about? Lu Ping stroked his chin as he pondered. However, Lu Ping was determined to get his hands on the invisible water. Lu Ping thought for a moment and his divine will moved slightly, sending a soft voice into Liang Xuanfeng's ears. Reverend Liang Xianfeng concealed the surprise in his heart with the excuse of drinking tea. After putting down the teacup, he said, the sword cleansing pool is indeed a rare treasure land for cultivators who condense gang qi. However, the sword cleansing pool contains countless cultivators of Sky Fisher sword sect who have refined, quenched, and washed their swords. It contains the insights of countless senior cultivators of Sky Fisher Sword Sect. The sword cleansing pool is indeed the best choice if my martial nephew wants to cultivate an offensive divine ability. However, what he condenses is Gang Qi, and what he cultivates is a water attribute cultivation method. The sword cleansing pool contains some metal attribute essence, which hinders the purity of Gang Qi. Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled when he heard Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's words. What Brother Liang said is true, but the sword purification pool is also quite helpful for Lu Xiaoyu to comprehend swordsmanship and improve his cultivation. Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled but did not reply. It was obvious that he was rejecting him. On the other hand, the disappointed Fairy Sun's eyes lit up. She seemed to have understood something and moved her lips slightly, but no sound came out. Everyone knew that Fairy Sun was using a voice transmission spell. However, Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. He thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, I'll exchange it with Fairy Sun's invisible water. My cultivation technique is focused on the word pure. Although the invisible water will lose a lot of its wonders without the invisible sword technique, it is at least a water attribute heaven and earth item. Although the sword purification pool is good, the chi of slaughter in it is too heavy, so I can only let it pass." Lu Ping had obtained the invisible water and Fairy Sun's secret promise. His heart was already blooming with joy. Reverend Huang Tingjian glanced at Fairy Sun and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Fairy Sun for having your wish come true." This time, Uncle Master Immeasurable might have turned the situation around. Fairy Sun, who had obtained the myriad poison serum, originally had some information. However, after hearing Perfected Huang Tingjian's words, her face darkened instantly. She looked at Perfected Huang Tingjian with an unfriendly gaze. The other Perfected Masters were deep in thought. Many of their eyes lit up. It was obvious that they had noticed something from their conversation. However, Lu Ping and the rest were not from the East Sea and did not know much about the various forces under Skyrend. Lu Ping looked at Chu Ting and thought to himself that the esteemed guest had been operating in the East Sea for many years and had a huge hidden force. This one of the 24 Pavilion Masters might know something. Unexpectedly, Chu Ting rolled her eyes. "This is not the area I'm in charge of." Lu Ping shrugged. However, he heard Perfected Huang Tingjian say from the seat of honor, "It's my turn to show my treasure." When Lu Ping looked over, he saw Perfected Huang Tingjian draw a circle in front of him with his right hand. An item suddenly appeared in the circle that Perfected Huang Tingjian had formed. The cultivators in the quiet room were all curious about what kind of treasure Perfected Huang Tingjian would bring out. They all looked at the floating item in front of Perfected Huang Tingjian. This is a teapot. Everyone naturally knew that for Perfected Huang Tingjian to bring out this teapot as the final item of this trade fair, this teapot must have something special about it. However, the dozens of spiritual wills in the quiet room found that the teapot looked ordinary. It did not look like a Dharma artifact, much less a Dharma treasure. If there was anything special about it, it would be that many cultivators could not tell what material the teapot was made of. Lu Ping sat beside Perfected Liang Xianfeng and knew his every move best. When Perfected Huang Tingjian took out the teapot, Lu Ping clearly felt Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's body tremble slightly, as though he had discovered something that alarmed him. When Lu Ping pretended to casually glance at Perfected Liang Xianfeng, he could not find any clues from the latter's face. At Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's level of cultivation, there were very few things in the cultivation world that could affect their state of mind unless it was intentional. Their hundreds of years of experience had long given them a state of mind that could calmly endure the reduction of their lifespans and the great loss of their cultivation. Lu Ping was curious as to how this ordinary-looking teapot could disturb a ninth-layer core forging realm cultivator's state of mind. After all, even when enlightened Master Liang Xuanfeng's origin was damaged and his cultivation base might not be able to progress any further, he was still able to chat with Lu Ping casually, as if nothing could disturb him. Perfected Huang Tingjian saw that the teapot had whetted everyone's appetite, so he said, "This teapot is actually a Dharma treasure." Many perfected masters in the room were in disbelief. If it was a Dharma treasure, why didn't they find the existence of a treasure restriction inside? Looking at the expressions of the cultivators in the quiet room, Perfected Huang Tingjian smiled faintly and reached out to take off the lid of the teapot. A wave of pure spirit qi gushed out from the teapot. Everyone was shocked. Then, their spiritual wills probed the inside of the teapot and found that there were actually 2 treasured seals engraved inside. It really is a Dharma treasure. It's not just a Dharma treasure, could it be a Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? A Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? Could it be the spatial Dharma treasure that the Crystal Palace hoped to find in the Zhongxian Grotto Heaven? How did it become a Dharma treasure? What Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? Which Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure would have such a small space inside? That's true, this Dharma treasure is strange. Why is the spirit qi inside so pure? Perfected Huang Tingjian saw everyone looking at him in confusion, so he coughed and said, "I wonder if anyone has heard of a spirit gathering pot." What, this is a spirit gathering pot? What is a spirit gathering pot? Some of the cultivators in the room asked in surprise while others were confused. Lu Ping was one of them. Perfected Liang Xianfeng was just as surprised as everyone else. Perfected Huang Tingjian glanced at Perfected Liang Xianfeng before turning away. However, no matter how Lu Ping looked at him, he felt that Perfected Liang Xianfeng was a little pretentious. Perhaps it was because Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's body had inexplicably trembled when the spirit gathering pot appeared, which gave Lu Ping a preconceived impression. A spirit gathering magic treasure was a type of magic treasure used to confine and move spirit veins to prevent them from dispersing. Spirit veins were one of the foundations of a cultivator's cultivation, and it was also the foundation of every sect that could survive for tens of thousands of years. A spirit-gathering magic treasure was an important factor in ensuring that this foundation would not be lost. The spirit-gathering pot was a type of spirit-gathering pot. After understanding the function of the spirit-gathering pot, the cultivators looked at the spirit-gathering pot with an inexplicable look in their eyes. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Perfected Huang Tingjian would put such a treasure in the trade fair. If Lu Ping had this treasure, if he encountered the spirit veins of Golden Scale Mansion or Zhongxian's cave dwelling, he could first store the spirit veins into his spirit-gathering treasure instead of helplessly letting them go like he did before. Is Perfected Huang really willing to trade this item? A late-stage core forging sage was clearly doubtful. Of course. Don't doubt it, Daoist Yun. Although this item is precious, it may not be able to catch my eye, Skyrend. Lu Ping thought to himself that there was definitely something fishy going on. In any sect, a spirit-gathering pot was something that they would rather not use than let others have. Why would Skyrend be so generous? Some people in the room clearly realized this problem, but the cultivators belonging to some sects couldn't care less. There was no reason for them to let a treasure disappear before their eyes. What does Perfected Huang want to trade this item for? One of the cultivators finally asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Chapter 313. In the end, a cultivator from the Eastern Sea Independent sect exchanged the spirit-gathering pot for 5 spirit-gathering pearls that could nurture small spirit veins, which was almost half a medium spirit vein. The cultivator who exchanged the spirit-gathering pot had a pained look on his face. He stuffed the pot into his storage space and left in a hurry. In the quiet room, a total of 20 to 30 perfected masters showed their treasures one by one. The rest of the time was free trading time for the cultivators. However, Lu Ping noticed that after the free trading began, several perfected masters left. Without exception, all of them were late-stage core forging realm experts. Lu Ping secretly pondered, but he heard Liang Xuanfeng's voice transmission. There's nothing to see in this trade fair. Uncle Master, I'll be leaving first. You can return to the inn after the trade fair. Uncle Master, are you here for the spirit gathering pot? Lu Ping saw perfected Master Liang Xianfeng walking to the door of the quiet room and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. Perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's figure paused, but he did not reply and left directly. Perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's departure did not attract much attention. After all, it was normal for a 9th stage core forging realm expert to look down on the items in this trade fair. When Lu Ping turned to look, perfected Master Huang Tingjian was nowhere to be seen. In the quiet room, cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing secretly with each other through voice transmission. Lu Ping did not know what they were talking about. From time to time, cultivators would exchange storage bags and other items with satisfied smiles. There were also cultivators who seemed to have broken off and separated, strolling to other groups of cultivators to continue their secret discussion. When Lu Ping saw that a cultivator he noticed had just separated from another cultivator, he walked up and asked in a low voice, "Did you want to exchange my myriad poison serum with the frost true water?" The cultivator's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ping. He said, "So it's Master Lu. Do you still have the myriad poison serum with you?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "The myriad poison liquid was obtained by a fluke in a strange and dangerous place. It's already a great fortune to have this portion, so how could there be any left? I just want to ask if fellow Taoist can use other things to exchange for the icy true water." Hearing Lu Ping say that he no longer had the myriad poison plasma, the cultivator was slightly disappointed. However, in this trade fair, everyone was holding back, so the cultivator might not really believe that Lu Ping did not have the myriad poison plasma in his hands. Lu Ping also did not expect that his words would be able to convince people. He just wanted to show that even if he had the myriad poison plasma, he would not exchange it for the true ice water. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not that I can't give this glacial true water to fellow Taoist, it's just that it wasn't easy for me to obtain this glacial true water. If fellow Taoist doesn't have something of the same weight as the myriad poison paste, I won't exchange it no matter what." Seeing that the friar spoke so straightforwardly, Lu Ping smiled and said, "What does fellow Taoist need? If Grandmaster Lu has a water-attributed worldly miraculous treasure like the myriad poison plasma, I will exchange it with you. If not, I need a water-attributed defensive magic treasure." Lu Ping himself did not have a water-attributed defensive magic treasure. Lu Ping dryly smiled and said, "Is there anything else that fellow Taoist needs?" The cultivator shook his head and said, "I only need these 2 things, I won't exchange anything else." Seeing the resolute attitude of the cultivator, Lu Ping felt somewhat helpless. The glacial true water was crucial to the improvement of a treasure that Lu Ping envisioned. If he missed this opportunity today, he did not know when he would be able to see this ice-attributed worldly miraculous treasure again. However, Lu Ping's 2 transactions had already attracted the attention of many people. If Lu Ping took out the myriad poison plasma or the sunflower water essence to exchange, it would be too eye-catching. "What are the 2 of you talking about?" Just when the atmosphere between the 2 of them was somewhat deadlocked, Taoist Ming Jian suddenly walked over with a smile. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He suddenly had an idea, so he turned to Taoist Ming Jian and said with a smile, "Senior, you came at the right time. Just now at the trade fair, Junior saw Taoist Ming Jian exchange for top-grade wood-attributed spiritual materials several times. I wonder if Senior still needs them now." After Taoist Ming Jian exchanged a large piece of nether cyan iron for the Millennium Locust Tree Heart at the beginning, he repeatedly traded. As long as a cultivator presented a wood-attributed top-grade spiritual material, Taoist Ming Jian would exchange it no matter how many it was. Therefore, Lu Ping guessed that Taoist Ming Jian definitely needed wood-attributed top-grade spiritual materials. Sure enough, after Taoist Ming Jian heard that Lu Ping had wood-attributed spiritual materials, he looked delighted and said, "Lu Xiaoyu is really a cultivator with many treasures. If it's wood-attributed spiritual materials, the more the better. To tell you the truth, I, Skyrend, obtained a set of sword formation in the heavy profound cave mansion, but it needs a wood-attributed flying sword to maximize the power of the formation. Therefore, it needs a lot of wood-attributed spiritual materials." Lu Ping didn't know why enlightened Master Ming Jian would reveal such a secret of the sect, but he still said, I do have a wood elemental spirit material in my possession, but I need your sword cleansing pool. Taoist Ming Jian was stunned and said, didn't Junior already exchange invisible water with Fairy Sun? Why do you want to use the sword purification pool again? Lu Ping pointed to the cultivator in front of him and said, it's not Junior, it's this fellow Taoist. The cultivator in front of Lu Ping already knew Lu Ping's plan. He smiled and said, that's a good idea. I'll give the frigid true water to fellow Taoist Lu, but in return, I'll trade the frigid true water with Sky Fisher Sword Sect in exchange for the right to condense energy in the sword cleansing pool. Then, fellow Taoist Lu will receive the frigid true water and hand over the spirit materials to enlightened Ming Jian. This way, each of us will get what we need. Taoist Ming Jian said with a smile, this is a good idea, but what kind of spiritual material do you have in your hands? Lu Ping smiled and handed a piece of charred peach wood to Taoist Ming Jian. Taoist Ming Jian exclaimed and praised, 1,000-year lightning peach wood, it's really good stuff. It's not inferior to third-class spiritual materials. In this way, the three of them completed the transaction. Lu Ping returned to his position and no longer dealt with the crowd. Lu Ping could be said to have gained a lot from this trade fair. He had obtained 3 mystical items in one go. Not only did he have the chance to improve his protective aura to the lesser level, but he also had enough spirit water for the 3 pure one's true pupils. Not to mention, there was also the unexpected surprise of the Ice Enlightened Master. However, while Lu Ping was happy, he also felt a little uneasy. This time, he had shown too many trump cards and was in the limelight. Even though he had the halo of an alchemy master and an expert like Taoist Liang Xianfeng as his backing, he was still only a first-stage core forging realm cultivator. Taoist Liang Xianfeng couldn't always follow him, so it was inevitable that he would be coveted by people with ulterior motives. Moreover, Taoist Liang Xuanfeng's sudden departure after the appearance of the essence condensing pot also cast a shadow over Lu Ping. This time, Skyren publicly traded the essence condensing pot at the trade fair. It was obvious that he was plotting something, and Taoist Liang Xuanfeng's unusual behavior seemed to prove Lu Ping's guess. After all, the essence condensing pot was obtained by Skyren in Zhongshuan's cave, and Zhongshuan Laozu was a remnant of the North Sea failing sect. Thinking of Taoist Huang Tingjian's probing and observation of Taoist Liang Xianfeng at the trade fair, Lu Ping's heart trembled. Could this be a plot by Skyren against Taoist Liang Xianfeng? However, Lu Ping immediately denied this idea. If it was against Taoist Liang Xianfeng, with Skyren's power, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, after the transaction of the essence condensing pot, many late-stage core forging realm perfected masters representing various forces left the trade fair. Obviously, the cultivators weren't targeting a certain person, but the essence condensing pot. However, although a spirit condensing magic treasure was rare, it wasn't worth Skyren setting up such a big trap. Almost all the sects and forces in the southern East Sea, second only to Skyren, were involved. Lu Ping couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, so he stopped thinking about it. Several late-stage core forging realm perfected masters left in a hurry, causing everyone at the trade fair to sense an unusual atmosphere. Although Taoist Ming Jian and Taoist Jin tried their best to deal with the situation, the free trade fair still ended quickly. After obtaining the frost true water, Lu Ping sat quietly. Even if some cultivators approached him to strike up a conversation, he would politely decline them. After the trade fair ended, he left in a hurry with Zhu Xianmeng. After returning to the inn, Chu Ting seemed to have also received some news. After saying goodbye, she also left. Lu Ping and Zhu Xianmeng each obtained something from the trade fair, so they were busy cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, the two of them seemed to have sensed that Zhu Xuanmeng's master, Taoist Mei, had an ambiguous relationship with Jinling. This kind of relationship also made Taoist Liang, who was aware of the situation, keep his mouth shut, unwilling to say anything in front of the two. For several days, there was no news from Taoist Liang. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was busy cultivating. His cultivation was only a step away from breaking through to the second stage of core forging. As long as he made this breakthrough and consolidated his cultivation, Lu Ping, who had the heart forging pill in hand, could directly prepare to break through to the mid-stage of core forging. On this day, after Lu Ping used the true jade water to cleanse his eyes, he also condensed a strand of invisible water in the house of gold. The originally faint golden earth energy became more and more transparent. Under the transformation of the earth energy, Lu Ping's figure also became more and more ethereal, like a reflection in the water. The spiritual herb garden in the house of gold grew bigger and bigger. The originally lively spatial artifact became much quieter. After Samling broke through to the 8th stage of blood condensation and consolidated his cultivation, Lu Ping refined the heart-forging pill for them. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion. Lu Qin's with Luan Yu, who was originally flying side by side with Lu Qin, was stimulated by Lu Ping. She found a secluded corner in the space and prepared to break through to the core forging realm. Without a playmate, Lu Qin had no choice but to study the secret technique Yan Wujiu taught her. Lu Dague stayed in the small lake at the peak of Lone Mountain. His cultivation was also on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of blood condensation. As for Dabeo, he was determined to build a huge underground labyrinth in the spatial artifact. During this period of time, he was rarely seen on the surface. Lu Ping was studying the invisible sword technique when he suddenly sensed something. With a step, Lu Ping walked out of a small golden door and arrived at a cultivation room. With a wave of his hand, he stored the house of gold into his storage ring. After that, Lu Ping took out a talisman that was spinning at the door of the cultivation room. After scanning it with his divine sense, he murmured, "I came just in time." After leaving the cultivation room, he went to the guest room at the back of the inn. He saw Zhu Xianmeng chatting happily with a female cultivator. When Lu Ping came out, the female cultivator stood up and said, "We haven't seen each other for a few days. Master Lu's cultivation has improved." The female cultivator was Fairy Sun, whom Lu Ping met at the trade fair that day. Lu Ping cupped his hands and smiled. "Don't mention the title of Grand Master anymore. I was just lucky enough to successfully concoct a few core forging realm medicinal pellets. Compared to a real Grandmaster alchemist, I'm still far from it. Fairy Maiden, you keep calling me a Grandmaster, which makes me feel awkward." Fairy Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I've overstepped my boundaries." Zhu Xianmeng knew that Fairy Sun came specifically for Lu Ping, so she found an excuse to leave. Lu Ping took a sip of the spirit tea and said, "When I was trading with Fairy Sun for the invisible water, you said that you know about the bejeweled water. Is that true?" Fairy Sun praised, "Good tea." She put down the teacup and said with a smile, "If it's false, how would I dare to come here today to taste your tea?" That day, Fairy Sun mistakenly thought that Lu Ping was having a hard time choosing between her invisible water and Skyren's sword cleansing pond, so she secretly transmitted her voice to Lu Ping that she knew the whereabouts of the bejeweled water. Lu Ping had long admired the invisible water, but he wouldn't refuse a benefit that was delivered to his doorstep. Lu Ping pondered for a while, then said, "Although the bejeweled nectar is a mysterious object of heaven and earth, it's only used to show that after using the two to cleanse one's eyes, one's vision is more mysterious. I've never heard of two mysterious objects existing together." "Fairy Sun, are you trying to deceive me?" "It's absolutely true." Fairy Sun said solemnly, "That day, after I came out of Zhongxian's cave mansion, I was chased by a monster cultivator. I accidentally found these two mysterious objects on an island. At that time, I only took the true jade water, but that monster cultivator chased after me. I had no choice but to flee. Currently, the situation between the human and monster races in the East Sea is tense. Although that island is small, it's currently under the control of the monster race. If Lu Daoyu goes now, it's a bit risky." In other words, Fairy Sun can't be sure that the bejeweled nectar hidden on the island won't be discovered by the monster race? Lu Ping asked with some displeasure. Fairy Sun was stunned, then said with some embarrassment, "I've neglected this point. If fellow Taoist wants to investigate, I'm willing to lend a hand. How about it?" Lu Ping's expression became a lot better. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "I've seen Fairy Sun's sincerity. But if it's just this matter, you could have explained it to me at the trade fair that day. Why do you need to visit me alone?" Fairy Sun smiled bitterly and said, "Lu Daoyu is quick-witted. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist. This time, I've come with an important request." Seeing her serious tone, Lu Ping's expression also became serious. He said, "Please speak." Fairy Sun said in a low voice, "This time, I've come to exchange some 3,000-year-old spirit grass with fellow Taoist." Lu Ping's expression changed. Just as he was about to refuse, Fairy Sun hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let me finish first." After the two talked in secret, Fairy Sun left with satisfaction. Lu Ping looked at Fairy Sun's departing figure, playing with a purple-gold jade slip in his hand. He thought to himself, this can be considered as picking up a treasure. I didn't expect a mid-level family like the Sun clan to have such a treasure. But it also disgusted Skyrend. But what does this have to do with me? Chapter 314. Lu Ping would never have thought that Goddess Sun would actually take out such a formula, causing Lu Ping to willingly hand over the 15 3,000-year-old spirit herbs without the slightest hesitation. 10 years of lifespan. The name of the elixir recorded in this formula was very ordinary, but also very practical, longevity elixir. No wonder Goddess Sun would spare no effort to collect 3,000-year-old spirit herbs, no wonder she would view the myriad poison serum as a treasure. All of this was because in the process of refining the longevity elixir, these two treasures were indispensable. It was just unknown whether that Laozu of the Sun family would still have the opportunity to advance to the mid-Dharma stage under the condition of extending his lifespan by 10 years. Otherwise, without the support of Dharma Laozu, the Sun family's relatively independent status in Skyrend's sphere of influence would undoubtedly be lost. Without the protection of Dharma Laozu, the Sun family would naturally have to rely on Skyrend. This was also why at the trade fair, spiritual master Huang Tingjian had hinted to Lu Ping to give up on the shapeless water. After setting a time with Goddess Sun to go to the outer endless sea, Lu Ping once again went into seclusion to practice, and there was still no news from spiritual master Liang. A bowl of shapeless water was slowly condensed by Lu Ping into the Gang Qi. As the last bit of spirit water disappeared, Lu Ping quickly activated the Water Curtain True Gang training method. The surface of Lu Ping's body was tightly wrapped in a thin layer of Gang Qi. First, a light blue color flashed, followed by a golden Gang Qi. Then, Lu Ping's body slowly disappeared from head to toe, as if his whole body was slowly swallowed up. Then, the light blue color appeared again, and Lu Ping slowly appeared from head to toe in the Gang Qi. The three scenes changed faster and faster, and Lu Ping's figure became more and more ethereal in the Gang Qi. After Lu Ping's Gang Qi had changed 81 times, the myriad poison meteorite energy gang, the Yin Water True Gang, and the invisible Gang Qi in Lu Ping's body completely fused together. A feeling of being able to change at will suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's divine thought. With a thought from Lu Ping, the protective aura around his body spread out, and Lu Ping disappeared from the space of the House of Gold. With another thought from Lu Ping, the invisibility effect of the formless water disappeared. However, the defensive power of the protective aura around his body did not change at all. The area within 1 zhang around Lu Ping was enveloped in a layer of faint golden mist. From afar, Lu Ping looked like an immortal descending from the heavens. Lu Ping had finally mastered his first minor divine power, Water Curtain True Kong. Congratulations, Daddy, on mastering your minor divine power. Lu Ping retracted the protective aura around him and saw 3 children around 7 to 8 years old standing together. They greeted Lu Ping respectfully and congratulated Lu Ping in their childish voices. Lu Ping laughed heartily and said, "The water curtain true astral shield is just a small skill that relies on external forces. It's only a defensive skill. When I, your father, have mastered a great skill, then I'll be considered a great achievement among cultivators of the same level." Lu Ping pointed at the three children and said with a smile, "On the other hand, the three of you have broken through to the peak of the blood condensation realm. You are only one step away from the golden core realm. That is the real good news." The three children were overjoyed when they heard Lu Ping's praise. They danced around in the house of gold. The three boys were none other than the emerald sea spirit snakes. After consuming the half-transformation pellets Lu Ping had concocted for them, they were able to take human form. However, other than their upper bodies that were identical to humans, their legs weren't visible. Their upper bodies were still supported by a large snake tail. Among the three children, Lu Bai and Lu Ling looked like two little girls while Lu Hai looked like a little boy. All three of them had baby fat on their faces. Their innocent eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Ping. In fact, after reaching the late blood condensation realm, demonic beasts could transform into human form by consuming the half-step transformation pill. However, just like the green phoenix, Samling was unwilling to consume the half-step transformation pill after reaching the late blood condensation realm. This puzzled Lu Ping. Later, Lu Ping found out that demonic beasts would still have many demonic beast characteristics on their bodies after reaching the late blood condensation realm. For example, Samling could only transform his upper body into human form when he was at the late blood condensation realm. If Samling chose to transform when he was at the 7th layer, then Samling's appearance would most likely be a monster covered in scales with a forked tongue sticking out of his mouth. He would not be as lovable as he was now. Samling discovered this from his inherited memories. That was why he chose to transform after reaching the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. It was also for this reason that the Cyan One had always refused to take the half-step transformation pill, even though her cultivation level had long been on the verge of breaking through to the gold core stage. According to her, the reason was that after the half-step transformation pill, the Cyan One's physical characteristics were exactly the same as a human's except for its beak. However, it was this beak that made Lu Qin decide to postpone the half-step transformation pill until she reached the core forging stage. What made Lu Ping laugh was that even though they were both Uans, the green phoenix, Lu Qin, and the wood phoenix, Uan Yu, retained different demonic beast characteristics after reaching the half-step transformation realm. Lu Qin retained her beak, while Uan Yu had a long neck. What surprised Lu Ping was that Lu Qin actually knew what he would look like after reaching the half-step transformation realm. This was obviously from her memories. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, the inherited memories could only be passed down among demonic beasts like Samling. It seemed that Lu Qin really did have half of the fire phoenix bloodline in her body. No wonder Yan Wujiu valued her so much. Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "The three of you should hurry up and cultivate. In the future, when we return to the fallen secret realm, there is still an important matter to attend to. Father is currently in urgent need of manpower. Now that you have succeeded in your cultivation, you can help Father greatly." When Samling heard that he could help Lu Ping, he was overjoyed. After being encouraged by Lu Ping, he happily ran off to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ping and Sun Xianzi secretly arrived at the outer sea. At this time, the outer sea had completely turned into a sea of demonic beasts. In the past, this sea could only be regarded as the border between the human and demonic beasts of the Eastern Sea, equivalent to the buffer sea of the Northern Sea. But now, it had become the front line of demonic beasts. Lu Ping's expression was a bit ugly as he looked at the place where Sun Xianzi had brought him. There was only a pile of rocks here, how could there be any bejeweled water? Sun Xianzi was obviously also startled, but she immediately explained to Lu Ping, "Lu Daoyu, there really was bejeweled water here before. That day, when I obtained the bejeweled water here, the bejeweled water was inside a towering rock. Because I really didn't have time to take it away, I had to leave first. At that time, this place was not a pile of rocks, but a stone valley. Now that it has become like this, it was clearly deliberately destroyed by demonic beasts. Lu Ping nodded. I believe Fairy's words, but I am curious how Fairy found the two types of bejeweled water wrapped in a huge rock. If you add in the formless water found in the heavy profound cave, then Fairy's luck is a bit too good. Hearing that Lu Ping didn't have any prejudice against her because of the bejeweled water, Sun Xianzi heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but even though Lu Ping was only a first-layer core forging realm cultivator, Sun Xianzi was a little afraid of offending him. After losing the bejeweled water, Sun Xianzi was still a mid-core forging realm cultivator, but the first thing she thought of was to absolve herself in front of Lu Ping, as if she was really afraid that Lu Ping would bear a grudge against the Sun clan because of this. The island had long been occupied by demonic beasts. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense, and the number of demonic beasts in a radius of a few li was extremely large. Lu Ping was secretly alarmed. Could it be that there will also be a beast tide in the East Sea? Just as the two were about to leave, a half-transformed peak blood condensation demonic beast slowly walked in their direction. Behind this demonic beast were several blood condensation demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes. They barely formed a line, as if they were patrolling the island. Lu Ping and Sun Xianzi glanced at each other, then secretly moved forward. Suddenly, Lu Ping's golden scale sword flashed, and 3 late blood condensation demonic beasts were already beheaded. As the golden scale sword flew out, Lu Ping pointed with his finger, and 2 silver lights flashed. The 2 demonic beasts groaned, and 2 flowers of blood burst out from their chests, and their bodies fell to the ground. The 6th demonic beast opened its mouth to scream, but a cold snort suddenly sounded in its mind. The demonic beast's eyes glazed over, clearly shocked by Lu Ping's powerful divine sense. Just as Lu Ping silently killed the 6 late blood condensation demonic beasts, Sun Xianzi threw out a bamboo cage-like artifact and trapped the leading peak blood condensation demonic beast inside. No matter how the demonic beast beat and roared inside the bamboo cage, not a single sound came out. Fairy Sun looked at the 6 demonic beasts on the ground and praised, Lu Daoyu killed 6 late blood condensation demonic beasts in an instant. You're really amazing. Lu Ping smiled, Fairy Sun must be joking. Fairy Sun also said that these 6 demonic beasts were only blood condensation demonic beasts. I'm a core forging enlightened master, and I killed 6 demonic beasts effortlessly. Even so, I don't deserve such praise from Fairy Sun. Fairy Sun shook her head and said solemnly, it's easy for a first-stage core forging cultivator to kill a few late blood condensation demonic beasts, but it's extremely difficult to prevent them from making a sound. Lu Ping smiled, but didn't reply. Fairy Sun didn't mind. She extended her hand through the gap in the cage, but the roaring monster didn't seem to notice. Fairy Sun's hand slapped the monster's head. The monster's head jerked backwards and its eyes began to turn white. A moment later, Fairy Sun pulled her hand out of the bamboo cage, and the demonic beast fell back. Seeing Fairy Sun's serious expression, Lu Ping asked, could it be that the demonic cultivator who obtained the bejeweled nectar is extremely difficult to deal with? Fairy Sun nodded, yes, the leader of this generation of demonic beasts is from the Kun clan. Kun? Lu Ping was startled. He immediately thought of the demonic cultivator that he and Chu Ting barely managed to fend off. After it transformed into its original form, it was an incomparably huge Kun. The Kun clan was also a top-tier demonic beast. It was one of the few demonic beasts that lived in the water and had the bloodline of the Peng. They had inherited their memories, and although they weren't large in number, they were extremely powerful. Their status in the East Sea was comparable to the Green Sea snake. Fairy Sun collected the bamboo cage and said, this time, it's a bit tricky. With just the 2 of us, we can defeat this Kun, but it'll be extremely difficult to kill it. What's more, we're in the territory of the demonic beasts. They can summon their comrades at any time, and we'll be the ones to suffer. Lu Ping nodded, and the 2 of them retreated. Lu Ping looked at the unconscious demonic beast on the ground after Fairy Sun searched its soul, and casually swung the golden scale sword. Fairy Sun hurriedly said, "Don't." But it was already too late. The demonic beast had already been cut in half by the golden scale sword. Fairy Sun hurriedly said, "Let's go." When Fairy Sun stopped him, Lu Ping realized that he had overlooked something. The two of them hurriedly left the island, and suddenly heard a loud roar from the bottom of the sea. "Who dares to kill the demon general under my command?" Chapter 3:15. These demon generals were the seeds of the demon cultivators who could advance to the core forging realm. Their status was similar to that of the Jinling sect's elite disciples. After advancing to the mid-blood condensation realm, they were required to leave behind a lamp of knowledge in the sect. If a cultivator died outside, the lamp of knowledge would be extinguished, and the sect could use the clues left behind by the lamp of knowledge to track down the murderer. Obviously, this peak blood condensation realm demon general was one of them. The moment Lu Ping killed it, the demon manor lord noticed it. Lu Ping was also shocked. The roar belonged to none other than the Kuan fish that Lu Ping and Chu Ting had fought together. Although Lu Ping knew that he wasn't its opponent, it would be extremely difficult for the Kuan fish to kill him. Not to mention, he had the help of Fairy Sun, a fourth-layer core forging expert. However, the two of them were currently in the midst of a horde of demon beasts. If they got entangled with the demon cultivators, they would definitely be surrounded by the other enlightened demonic cultivators. At that time, the two of them would really have nowhere to run. The surface of the sea was torn apart, as if a small mountain suddenly flew out from the bottom of the sea. The huge Kuan fish broke out of the water, and the seawater in the sky turned into water arrows and ice blades, flying towards the fleeing Lu Ping and Fairy Sunday. Fairy Sun didn't even turn her head. She formed an incantation gesture with her hand and waved it behind her. The water arrows and ice blades that filled the sky turned back into water droplets and fell into the sea. They splashed up countless bubbles, as if a rainstorm had fallen. "It's you two. This manor lord knows the two of you." The Kuan fish opened its huge eyes, which were like a window, and looked at the two fleeing people. Its huge body dived into the sea, and suddenly, huge waves surged up from the surface of the sea. The huge waves rapidly advanced, turning into a huge mouth that swallowed the two of them. Lu Ping suddenly turned around and stopped. A sparkling white jade bracelet floated in front of Lu Ping's chest. Lu Ping pointed at the surging waves and shouted, "Ice!" A white cold mist suddenly spread out from the jade bracelet, turning into a thin layer that wrapped around the waves. When the white mist dissipated, the huge mouth formed by the waves had already turned into a huge mouth of ice. It floated on the surface of the sea, moving up and down with the turbulence of the sea. Just as Lu Ping turned to leave, a crisp sound of ice breaking could be heard. A blue-black figure flashed in the sky and disappeared. Fairy Sun shouted, "Be careful, it's a core forging shadow fish." However, the figure's speed was too fast. Lu Ping didn't even notice that there was such a killer hidden in the surging waves. At this time, Lu Ping had no time to take any defensive measures other than his protective aura. Ding, there was a crisp sound, and an invisible aura chi fluctuated. The shadow fish monster looked on in astonishment as it unexpectedly blocked his attack. As the aura chi rose up, Lu Ping suddenly disappeared from the shadow fish monster's eyes. Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape. The true essence within his body had been stirred up by the shadow fish monster's attack. However, Lu Ping's protective true aura shield was able to block a direct attack from a core forging cultivator. The shadow fish monster was about to chase after them, but it heard a strange sound from the seabed. It immediately stopped, watching as Lu Ping and Fairy Sun disappeared into the horizon. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the seawater. An elegant young man stood on a splash of water, slowly rising into the sky. The shadow fish demon bowed slightly to the young man, then disappeared without a trace. The young man turned his head to look at his own shadow on the surface of the sea and smiled. A gust of wind blew, and the young man's figure disappeared from the surface of the sea. Far away from the open sea, two streaks of light descended, turning into a man and a woman. They were Lu Ping and Fairy Sunday. I didn't expect Lu Daoyu to have cultivated a small protective true aura shield. The shadow fish monster is a famous existence in the East Sea demon tribe. That shadow fish monster was also at the first layer of the core forging realm, but fellow Daoyu's protective true aura shield was able to withstand a strike from its magic treasure without breaking. This is truly amazing. Such a defensive strength is no less than an ordinary protective magic treasure. Fairy Sun was clearly amazed by the power of Lu Ping's true aura shield. Lu Ping modestly said, "It's all thanks to Fairy Sun's shapeless water, or else I wouldn't have been able to cultivate a small true aura shield so quickly." Fairy Sun sweetly smiled, "Lu Daoyu is too modest. How could a normal cultivator's protective true aura shield have such power? My bowl of shapeless water is enough for 2 or 3 cultivators to condense their righteous qi. Don't tell me Lu Daoyu condensed so much spirit water by himself?" Lu Ping smiled, and didn't say anything. Fairy Sun didn't mind, and said, "Unfortunately, I didn't obtain the bejeweled nectar this time. When I fought with the Kun fish monster, I already sensed that the bejeweled nectar had indeed been obtained by the Kun fish monster. This time, I have let Lu Daoyu down." Lu Ping shook his head, and instead said, "Fairy Sun really has a secret technique to detect spirit water?" Fairy Sun opened her jade-like hand, and a drop of green water slowly condensed in her hand. Then, it began to spin in her palm. Spirit communication true water. No wonder. Lu Ping looked at the drop of water in Fairy Sun's hand and suddenly realized. It is indeed spiritual true water. This is a high-grade profound rank heaven-earth spirit water that I used to condense my gold core's spirituality when I advanced to the mid-core forging stage. Using this heaven-earth spirit water, I cultivated a divine ability that allows me to detect other heaven-earth spirit water within a certain distance. Of course, I can't detect heaven-earth spirit water because all heaven-earth spirit water contains a trace of spirituality bestowed by heaven and earth. My divine ability is powerless." Lu Ping said enviously, "No wonder you have the invisible water and jade liquid clear water in your possession. Your skills are truly amazing." The news that the bejeweled nectar had been obtained by the Kun fish monster made Lu Ping quite depressed. Seeing that Lu Ping's Tripure True Pupils was only one step away from becoming a second technique, Lu Ping could only regretfully bid farewell to Fairy Sunday. Recently, the southern East Sea was once again in turmoil. Flying Fish Island was a large power in the southern East Sea, second only to Skyrend. It was said that there were 3 Dharma adepts on the island. Flying Fish Island's Daoist Xia exchanged for a spirit-gathering magic treasure from Daoist Huang Tingjian at the Silver Sword Island's trade fair, but on his way back to Flying Fish Island, he was repeatedly killed by mysterious cultivators. Fortunately, most of these cultivators were acting alone and Daoist Xia was not weak. At the same time, he also had the help of a mysterious late-stage core forging cultivator. Daoist Xia was able to break through the blockade and rendezvous with the cultivators from the Flying Fish Island, bringing the spirit-gathering magic treasure back to the Flying Fish Island. However, on that night, another battle broke out on Flying Fish Island. A late core forging cultivator snuck into Flying Fish Island's treasure house, intending to steal the spirit-gathering magic treasure. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Flying Fish Island's Dharma adepts, and the cultivator was forced to retreat. When the news came, the East Sea's cultivation world was in an uproar again. This cultivator who snuck into Flying Fish Island not only escaped unscathed after Dharma adepts Laozu attacked, but also conveniently stole 2 magic treasures from the treasure house, causing Flying Fish Island to lose a lot of face. When Lu Ping heard the news, he quickly returned to Silver Sword Island, only to find that Zhu Xianmeng had already left the inn. Lu Ping paced back and forth in the inn's cave for a while. Suddenly, he pointed at the wall of his cultivation room and made a few hand seals. A small crack suddenly appeared on the wall, and a jade slip was placed inside. This was Jinling's secret communication method. Even if this jade slip was discovered by others, if they did not know Jinling's secret restriction technique, the jade slip would be crushed to pieces if they tried to break the restriction. Lu Ping probed the jade slip with his divine sense and found that Sage Liang Xianfeng had returned when Lu Ping went out. However, due to the urgency of the matter, Sage Liang Xianfeng did not have time to stay and left with Zhu Xianmeng. The jade slip only gave Lu Ping a date to return to Jinling's camp in the northern part of the Fallen Mystery region. A few days later, the long-distance teleportation array formation in the North Alliance's Qian Yuan city suddenly lit up. Under the surprised gazes of the North Alliance cultivators guarding the array formation, Lu Ping slowly walked out of the array formation and left. Lu Ping walked around Heaven Essence City and found that the city was now enveloped in a solemn atmosphere of war. After thinking about it, Lu Ping rented an Earth-grade cave mansion in Heaven Essence City and placed the golden house on top of the cultivation room's spirit vein. From the Earth-grade cave mansion, dense spirit energy, equivalent to a mid-grade spirit vein, immediately flowed into the golden house. On the second day after Lu Ping returned to Heaven Essence City, Chu Ting came to the cave mansion to visit. Lu Ping welcomed her into the cave mansion and said with a smile, "The boudoir is very well informed. I just arrived in Heaven Essence City yesterday and Miss Chu already received the news today. She even found out where I was staying." Chu Ting's expression was a little solemn as she said, "Brother Lu, now is not the time to joke. The confrontation between the Eastern Sea's human and demon races is getting more and more serious. The snake demon race is already pressing against the Northern Alliance. A war is about to break out. We need to speed up our plan." Lu Ping said curiously, "I've heard about the conflict between the Eastern Sea's human and demon races. What I'm curious about is why the Eastern Sea's snake demon race massacred the Shangguan family on Drum Bell Island. That's not clear." Chu Ting was also a little puzzled. She said, "But there's news from the demon race. The incident on Drum Bell Island should be related to the Green Sea snake." Lu Ping suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked, "Didn't I hear that one person from the Shangguan family is still alive? Won't the truth come to light once we find him?" Chu Ting sneered and said, "Who would know that the Shangguan family is actually from the Middle Earth? There's actually a one-time super long-distance teleportation formation on Drum Bell Island. When the Northern Alliance's reinforcements arrived, the teleportation formation had already been activated. After searching the souls of the captured demon race captives, we found out that the person who ran away was Shangguan Hao." Lu Ping was quite surprised to hear that the small Shangguan family actually had connections with the Middle Earth. But since Shangguan Hao had already left the Eastern Sea, the news that he had the Green Sea snake on him would not be exposed in a short period of time. Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, Chu Ting could not help but remind him, "Brother Lu, are you really not going to accept the help of the boudoir? Are you really going to use your own strength to expel the Wang family from the Fallen Mystery Land?" Of course, Lu Ping knew that this was the main reason why Chu Ting had visited him today. He smiled and said, "Like I said, I am willing to cooperate with the boudoir. But if you want to hand over the Fallen Mystery Land, that is absolutely impossible. Hearing Wave Island can only be a force under my control." Chu Ting purposely sighed and said, "I have already contacted 2 core forging masters to help Brother Lu. However, if Brother Lu insists on taking over the Wang clan's island in the hidden realm of the perished with your own strength, then the boudoir pavilion will only be able to contain the Wang clan's main force on the island." Lu Ping smiled and said, 1 year should be enough for the operation. Chapter 316. After sending Chu Ting off, Lu Ping took out a jade slip and carefully read its contents. It recorded some information about the Wang family of the Three Families Island. Lu Ping carefully thought about the Wang family's arrangement in the fallen secret land and compared it with the power he had in his hands. His expression didn't change, but he made a few hand seals and sent out 2 sound-transmitting swords. Then he completely sealed the cave mansion and began to cultivate in seclusion. 3 months later, the spiritual energy within a few miles radius of Lu Ping's cave dwelling fluctuated again. The phenomenon caused by his breakthrough appeared above the cave dwelling again. But this time, the phenomenon was much smaller. Apart from the tide of spiritual force caused by the gathering of spiritual qi, only the flowers and trees within 1,000 feet of the cave mansion fell towards the direction of the cave mansion. After the phenomenon disappeared, the large plants like trees returned to their original state. However, the delicate plants like flowers and grass still bowed in the direction of the cave mansion rented by Lu Ping. In the golden house of the cultivation room of the cave mansion, Lu Ping looked at some of the things that happened in the space and said to himself with lingering fear, fortunately, the spatial magic tool weakened the phenomenon. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. Even if I suddenly become a target of everyone, I wouldn't be able to say anything. Is this the reason why the Woodlawn bird clan was almost exterminated? Because of the spatial magic tool, the phenomenon outside the cave mansion was weakened by the golden house. After the Woodlawn formed his gold core, it didn't attract the attention of the people in Qianyuan City. After all, it was just an ordinary core forging sage. Looking at the scale of the phenomenon caused by his breakthrough, it was likely that his cultivation would remain at the early core forging stage for the rest of his life. In the Golden House, Lu Ping had already opened up a large spirit herb garden on the plain beneath Lone Mountain. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ping was constantly on the move, he would have opened up a larger spirit herb garden in the mystic space and the Qian Zhong millet mystic instrument with him. Without the spirit vein's long-term nourishment, Lu Ping might have opened up a larger spirit herb garden. However, during the time when Wan Yu broke through to the core forging realm, the Golden House's strange phenomenon caused by the heaven and earth anomaly in the Golden House had pushed most of the ordinary spirit herbs to the brink of maturity. The 500-year spirit herbs all had their medicinal efficacy increased by 50 years, the 1,000-year spirit herbs had their medicinal efficacy increased by 20 to 30 years, and the 3,000-year spirit herbs had their medicinal efficacy increased by 20 to 30 years. Although the 3,000-year spirit herbs didn't seem to be affected at all, it was still enough to shock Lu Ping. The Woodlawn bird had the innate ability to grow spiritual herbs. No wonder. Another 2 months passed, and the spiritual qi in the cave mansion became chaotic again. The surrounding spiritual qi gathered towards a small golden hut in the middle of the cultivation room. This time, the momentum was much smaller, and the fluctuation of spiritual qi was only equivalent to that of a core forging Taoist master practicing a spell. However, this cultivator who was in seclusion didn't need to practice a spell for such a long time. When the cultivators around Lu Ping's cave dwelling saw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging towards the cave dwelling for 3 whole days, they all cursed Lu Ping for being a freak. Even a mid-core forging realm cultivator would run out of arcane energy after practicing spells for 3 days straight. Fortunately, the owner of the cave controlled the range of spiritual qi fluctuations during the spell practice, so it didn't affect the cultivation of the cultivators in the surrounding caves. A few days later, Lu Ping moved like a ghost in the space of the Golden House. One moment, he was on the top of Lonely Mountain, and the next moment, he was halfway up the mountain. When he looked back, Lu Ping had already disappeared from the top of the mountain. When he moved again, he appeared at the foot of the mountain again. After leaving Lonely Mountain, Lu Ping began to wander around on the plain in the space. At the same time, Lu Ping's hands made a few hand seals from time to time. There was a constant whistling sound in the space, and from time to time, a few ripples appeared in the surroundings along with Lu Ping's hand seals. The grass on the plain was inexplicably cracked, and the flowers and plants were broken into 2 pieces for no reason. Not far from the forest, there were trees that were tens of feet tall that fell with a loud bang. The broken sections were very smooth. As the hand seals in Lu Ping's hands became faster and faster, his figure flashed between nothingness and existence more and more rapidly. An invisible whirlpool appeared in the space out of nowhere. The grass and trees on the ground were sucked into the air, and then turned into dust and scattered around. On Lonely Mountain, a ray of light fell down. A handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old with a trace of shyness suddenly appeared on a grassland more than 1,000 feet away from Lu Ping. Then, he saw many grass, trees, and gravel were pulled into the air by an invisible force, and then suddenly broke, shattered, and shattered again. Lu Ping also seemed to notice the appearance of the young man. He stopped the hand seals, and the broken gravel and rotten wood in the air fell to the ground and piled up into a garbage hill of 30 feet high. Lu Ping waved his right hand again, and an aqua-blue flying sword suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Then, he took it. Lu Ping walked towards the handsome young man and said with a smile, "Come out so soon. Have you consolidated your cultivation?" When the young man saw Lu Ping walking over, he smiled and said, "Even if I'm in closed-door cultivation, you'll still have to summon me out sooner or later. I heard that you're plotting against someone else's business to establish your foothold. I'm sure I'm an indispensable part of your plan, right?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You are very direct. This time, my forces are really weak, and I don't want to be controlled by others. Maybe Brother Wanyu will help me when the time comes." This handsome young man was the long-necked young man, Wanyu. At this time, he had obviously advanced to the core forging stage. After transforming, he was no different from a real human. Wanyu looked at Lu Ping and said, "I thought that after this breakthrough, the gap between our cultivations would be reduced, but I didn't think that it would become bigger and bigger. The invisible swordsmanship just now is really extraordinary. It seems that its power is not inferior to ordinary magical power. Brother Lu, your strength has made great progress during this time." Lu Ping said with a straight face, "These are all minor doubts. Brother Wanyu's innate skills are what truly shocked me." When Wanyu heard Lu Ping's words, his face revealed a lonely expression. He looked up at Lu Ping and asked, "Brother Lu, do you know why my Wan clan is on the verge of extinction?" Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "It is difficult for the Wan clan to reproduce. There are legends in the cultivation world about this. However, when Brother Wanyu broke through to the core forging stage, it caused a phenomenon. Is it because of Brother Wanyu's magical power?" Wanyu laughed bitterly and said, "It is indeed related to my magical power, but it is not what Brother Lu thinks. My Wan clan does have a magical power that can accelerate the growth of spirit grasses, but this kind of catalysis can only shorten the growth time of spirit grasses by 20 to 30%. Moreover, the higher the level of spirit grasses, the less effective the catalysis is. If this is the case, not only will my Wan clan not become extinct, but it will also be highly valued by the cultivation world. This is because as long as we exist, cultivators can obtain spirit grasses more easily." Lu Ping listened and nodded. His previous idea was indeed a whim. The real reason why my Wan clan is on the verge of extinction is not because of this magical power, but because of the source of our magical power. "You mean?" Lu Ping looked at Wanyu with surprise and said, "The Wan clan's condensed blood bead, golden core, and Dharma idol?" "That's right." Wanyu raised his head and looked at the end of the space. His eyes were a little dazed as he said, "Brother Lu, do you know that if you dig up this golden core that I have just formed and use it to catalyze it in your 3,000-year-old spirit herb garden, it would be enough to catalyze the growth of more than 200 immature 3,000-year-old spirit grasses in less than 3 years. Lu Ping frowned and said in a hoarse voice, 3 years? How is that possible?" Wanyu turned around and smiled at Lu Ping. He said, "That's how it is. Brother Lu, you and I are both alchemists, so we naturally know how difficult it is to obtain 3,000-year-old spirit grasses for those Dharma idol Laozu. Nowadays, the Dharma idol Laozu in the world of practitioners can only use core medicines that are half a step to the Dharma idol stage. Core medicines for the Dharma idol stage are only used at the most critical moments and when they are in a difficult situation." At this point, Wanyu did not need to say anything. Lu Ping could already guess. In that case, when these Dharma idol Laozu discover this secret of the Woodlawn race, they will hunt down the Woodlawn race practitioners in large numbers and use their condensed blood pearls, golden cores, and Dharma idol essence to catalyze 3,000-year-old spirit grasses and use them to create core medicines that increase their level of practice. That's right, Yu said with a smile. Even though all the practitioners know that this is an act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, the best method is to let the Woodlawn race practitioners manage the spirit grasses. This way, although the spirit grasses in the world of practitioners will not be able to meet the needs of the practitioners, at least the spirit grasses in the world of practitioners will not become scarce. However, the ones who will lead the hunt are the Dharma adepts. This is because compared to the blood condensation adepts and core forging adepts, it is more difficult for a Dharma adept to advance in his level of practice. Using the essence of the Woodlawn race to catalyze 3,000-year-old spirit grasses is more valuable. At the same time, the most important thing is that Dharma adepts are the highest level of existence in the world of practitioners. When the Dharma idol Laozu of the various powers come to an agreement or form an unspoken rule, there is no one in the world of practitioners who can keep them in check. Therefore, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, the Woodlawn race has become their sacrificial pawns. Lu Ping looked at the young man in front of him in a daze. He did not think that Yu would be able to tell him such a secret so easily. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the real reason why Yan Wujiu had entrusted Yu to him. Then, Brother Yu, what are your plans from now on? I can't go back to the Fire Wan race. Now that Master is about to break through to the Dharma stage, he has no time to look after me. In fact, even if Master had reached the Dharma stage, it would be difficult for me to return. The Fire Wan race is in chaos now, and the two factions of practitioners are fighting for power. There are many who covet me. Master is a rare alchemy grandmaster in the demon race. Although he has great prestige in the Fire Wan race, before I reach the Golden Essence stage, Master could protect me for a while. Now that I have reached the Golden Essence stage, even if Master becomes the Dharma stage Laozu, he can't always be on guard against other Laozus. Therefore, I can only hide. Looking at Yu's helpless expression, Lu Ping suddenly smiled and said, originally, I was a lazy person and really did not want to take care of these spirit herb gardens. However, in order to improve my cultivation, I had no choice but to learn alchemy. Coincidentally, I also obtained this spatial instrument. Since Brother Yu is the best at managing the spirit herb gardens, then I will entrust it to Brother Yu to look after it. Consider it the price for Brother Yu to stay here for the night. Yu chuckled, a trace of gratitude in his eyes. He said, well said. Chapter 317. It's a pity that Lu Qin won't be able to join in the fun. She likes to have fun. She will probably complain to me when she comes out. Yu blushed and said, Qin Air is still in seclusion. I'm afraid it will take her some time to break through to the core forging stage. Lu Ping smiled nonchalantly and said, this is all thanks to Senior Yan Wujiu. Otherwise, little Lu Qin wouldn't have reached this stage. After advancing to the core forging realm, if little Lu Qin can unlock the Fire Phoenix clan's heritage memories, it will be of great help to her future cultivation. Yu saw that Lu Ping didn't make fun of her, so she returned to normal and said, if you didn't give her the pure blood pill, meridian strengthening pill, and essence expanding pill, I'm afraid she would have already formed her gold core. But this way, Qin Air will be able to go further after she reaches the core forging stage. Seeing that Lu Ping was looking in the direction of the portal, Yu said, someone's visiting? You can go now, I'll tidy up this spirit grass garden. Speaking of which, you have to find a fixed spirit vein as soon as possible. This is the root of the spirit grass's ability to shorten the maturation period. My innate talent only plays a supporting role. Lu Ping walked out of the golden house and looked at the restriction formation outside the cave mansion. His eyes flashed. His eyes had fused with the clear spirit water and the clear jade water. He was only one step away from the three pure eyes. However, the protection formation was not a profound formation. Under Lu Ping's gaze, the cultivator who came to visit Lu Ping suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping's eyes. Half a day later, Lu Ping and the cultivator who came to visit him left Qianyuan City and headed in the direction of the Fallen Secret Land. The Fallen Secret Land had 27 islands under the jurisdiction of the three families. Among them, the Soundwave Island, the Red Shadow Island, and the Sunglow Island were the foundations that Lu Ping had left behind before he went to Qianyuan City. Qi Lianying returned to the Fallen Secret Land after advancing to the core forging stage. Although she had changed her identity because she was wanted by the Crystal Palace, she still managed to contact some of her former subordinates through a secret channel. These old subordinates were loyal to Qi Lianying. However, after joining Lu Jiu on Soundwave Island, they were more or less unwilling. After all, Qi Lianying had reached the core forging stage first. These old subordinates hoped that Qi Lianying could establish her own sect. However, after Qi Lianying advanced to the core forging stage, her temperament changed drastically for some reason. After giving her old subordinates to Hong Ying and the others, she cultivated in seclusion all day long. Not to mention Hong Ying and the others, she didn't even meet her old subordinates. Fortunately, both Hong Ying and Yi Buki were powerful figures who could become the island owners of the 27 islands. In addition, after Wu Yan returned to the Fallen Secret Land, he brought a batch of half-step core forging pills and the news that Lu Ping had advanced to the core forging stage. Qi Lianying's old subordinates were barely able to control them. In addition, with the help of Yu Jiangrui, the alchemist, Hong Ying and Yi Buki's cultivation levels skyrocketed. They were only one step away from the core forging stage. Hong Ying's 4 Vajras and Yi Buki's 5 brothers had also reached the 8th or peak stage of the blood condensation realm. Qi Lianying's old subordinates had completely integrated into the Soundwave Island. On this day, Yi Buki and Hong Ying were instructing the cultivators on the Soundwave Island to practice the 3 talents 5 elements formation. Of course, this was not the Zhenling Dao soldier formation. It was just an ordinary formation that Lu Ping had simplified from the 3 talents 5 elements formation. Hong Ying and the others used this formation to conquer 3 islands in succession during the years when Lu Ping was not around. Now, Soundwave Island was the most powerful of the 27 islands under the control of the 3 families. Just as the cultivators were about to practice the formation, 2 people suddenly walked out of the cave behind them. They were Qi Lianying and Yu Jiangrui. Many of the cultivators who were practicing the formation were Qi Lianying's old subordinates. Although Hong Ying and the others had integrated into the Soundwave Island, Qi Lianying still held an important position in their hearts. Seeing that Qi Lianying had finally come out of seclusion and advanced, they were overjoyed. They opened their mouths to call him boss. The originally smooth practice of the formation suddenly paused due to these people's absent-mindedness. Hong Ying snorted coldly and looked at Qi Lianying with dissatisfaction. He turned back and shouted, "The worst thing to do when practicing a formation is to be distracted. If you were in the middle of a battle, you would already be dead." The cultivators who were practicing the formation naturally knew how fierce the person in front of them was. They all felt a chill in their hearts. Just as everyone was guessing how Hong Ying would punish them, a powerful pressure suddenly descended on the Soundwave Island. This time, the cultivators who were practicing the formation were completely confused. Many cultivators were suppressed by the pressure and staggered, some even retreated. Hong Ying and Yi Buki looked at each other. Hong Ying suddenly said with joy, "Young master is back." 2 flashes of light descended from the sky. Lu Ping and a cultivator who looked slightly older than him stood side by side on the side where the others were practicing the array formation. Hong Ying and Yi Buki hurried forward and bowed. "Greetings, young master." Lu Ping nodded and pointed to the cultivator next to him. "This is enlightened Master Qiao Weiying." The 2 had met this enlightened master before. Lu Ping snorted and said, "The 3 talents 5 elemental array is broad and profound. You may have only scratched the surface, but if you practice diligently and gather the power of the array formation, you can completely resist a core forging enlightened master's divine sense pressure. You're still far from being able to practice this Tao soldier array formation. Hong Ying and Yi Buki hurriedly nodded. Lu Ping threw a jade slip over and said, Hong Ying, this jade slip contains a fire attribute cultivation method that has been perfected to the late stage of core forging. It is most suitable for cultivators with the Peng bloodline. Take it and study it. At the same time, go get a 7-step mark pill and see if you can form your golden core in a short time. Hong Ying looked at the jade slip in his hand in disbelief. His cultivation had long reached the limit of the blood condensation realm, but his cultivation method was not complete. He could not take the last step and form his golden core. Now that Lu Ping had prepared a suitable follow-up cultivation method for him, how could he not be grateful? Yi Buki's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flashed with envy from time to time. Lu Ping glanced at him and threw him a jade slip. This is the complete, fiery wind hybrid art. I prepared it for Wu Yan. Give it to him on my behalf. Yi Buki looked at the jade slip in his hand blankly. At this time, even Hong Ying felt something was wrong. Lu Ping and Xiao Weiying were already walking towards Qi Lianying and Yu Jiangrui. This is the eldest son of Senior Qiao Zhengyan from the Dark Mountain Gang, Xiao Weiying. Lu Ping turned to Xiao Weiying and said, Brother Qiao, these two are Qi Lianying and Yu Jiangrui. Xiao Weiying smiled at Qi Lianying and Yu Jiangrui and said, I didn't expect the two of you to be on Soundwave Island. Brother Lu, you're really generous. I was a little worried about dealing with the Wang clan of the Three Clans Island, but now the chance of winning has increased greatly. The chance of winning had increased greatly. After all, the chance of not dying was in sight. Lu Ping smiled. He knew that Xiao Weiying was still a little worried. After all, the Wang clan was backed by a giant like the Crystal Palace. When the four of them entered the cave abode, they heard Hong Ying yelling at the cultivators who were practicing the formation, pay attention to the position under your feet. Pay attention to the connection of the formation. If there are any mistakes this time, I will twist your heads off. As soon as Lu Ping entered the cave abode, he felt that the spiritual qi inside was much denser. He looked back at Qi Lianying and said, How many spirit veins did you find? Qi Lianying nodded and did not say anything. Lu Ping looked at Qi Lianying strangely. Then, Yu Jiangrui said, Hong Ying and Yi Buki conquered 3 more mini-islands and found 2 spirit veins. They used the formation to guide them over. Now, there are 5 spirit veins in the cave abode. Soundwave Island is also the biggest force among the 27 islands. It has attracted the attention of the Three Clans Alliance. This is to attract their attention. This time, we will definitely drive the Wang clan out of the fallen secret realm. With the return of Lu Ping and the others, the morale of Soundwave Island was greatly boosted. A few days later, Hong Ying, Yi Buki, and Wu Yan, who was at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, each led a team of cultivators and conquered an island. Now, Soundwave Island's power had increased to 9 mini-islands and more than 100 cultivators. Among them, there were nearly 30 in the late blood condensation realm. 1/3 of the 27 mini-islands under their jurisdiction had been unified. Even when Qi Lianying was at his peak, he did not dare to challenge the bottom line of the Three-Family Alliance. Finally, the Three-Family Alliance could no longer sit still. The Zhang, Wang, and Li families all sent cultivators to stop the expansion of Soundwave Island. The Three Clans Alliance's messengers were arrogant. On the surface, Hong Ying was the leader of Soundwave Island. He promised not to expand and offered a large amount of cultivation resources. Only then did he send the 3 cultivators back. In the following period of time, the Three Clans Alliance was peaceful. Soundwave Island also quieted down. It was as if the Three Clans Alliance still had absolute authority in the area under their jurisdiction. 2 months passed like this. In Soundwave Island's cave abode, the pressure of a core forging enlightened master rose again. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Hong Ying, the island lord of Soundwave Island, had successfully condensed his gold core, becoming a core-forging enlightened master. This shocked the 27 mini-islands. The island lords of the other 18 mini-islands sent their subordinates to congratulate him. The Zhang clan, Wang clan, and Li clan didn't do anything. It was as if they didn't care about someone breaking through to the core-forging realm. Just as the island master of Soundwave Island, Hong Ying, was holding a golden core banquet to celebrate his success in core formation, on the small island where the Zhang family was located, perfected Zhang Feng of the Zhang family, perfected Wang Hua of the Wang family, and perfected Li Maolin of the Li family were sipping tea in a cave. Soundwave Island must be completely obliterated. The three clans' alliance can't have a core-forging realm cultivator. Perfected Wang Hua placed the high-grade spirit tea in his hand on the sapphire stone table and said firmly. Li Maolin and perfected Zhang Feng took advantage of the moment when they raised their cups to taste the tea and casually glanced at each other before gulping down the spirit tea in their cups. Chapter 318. Just as Hong Ying reached the gold core stage and was holding a banquet, Lu Ping and Qi Lianying were sitting opposite each other in the cultivation room of the cave residence. Ever since Qi Lianying entered the core forging realm, for some reason, he left his closed-door cultivation to find Lu Ping before he could consolidate his cultivation base. Then, he brought Yu Jiangrui and the others back to Soundwave Island. At that time, Lu Ping did need a master in Qianyuan City to secretly support his forces, so he agreed without thinking. However, he ignored the reason why Qi Lianying left the Soundwave Villa so eagerly. Although he felt it was strange later, he did not think too much about it. After Lu Ping returned to Soundwave Island, he discovered that Qi Lianying's temperament had changed greatly after she advanced to the core forging stage. Coupled with Hong Ying and the others' narration, Qi Lianying had become quiet in the past few years. She was originally a person who could not sit still, but now she hid in the cultivation room all day long to cultivate, which was very different from her previous personality. Tell me, what happened? Lu Ping looked into Qi Lianying's eyes and asked. Qi Lianying still looked lazy in front of Lu Ping, and did not avoid the beautiful curves of her body in front of Lu Ping. However, Qi Lianying's delicate face was less charming than before, and there was a trace of confusion, pain, and sadness. I was searched by someone in the past. Qi Lianying still said so, but her tone was not as aggressive as before. There was a trace of heaviness, and under the heaviness, there seemed to be a fire that had not yet risen. Lu Ping was shocked by this news. There were various so-called soul-searching techniques in the cultivation world. Generally speaking, it was a cultivator's divine sense invading and absorbing another cultivator's memory. The effect was only to get some fragmented information, and it was far from the method that ordinary people thought could extract a person's lifetime memory. However, most cultivators who had experienced soul-searching could not avoid the fate of becoming idiots, and even dying was common. However, people like Qi Lianying, who not only had a clear mind, but her cultivation had also skyrocketed all the way to the gold core formation. It was really unique. Lu Ping was shocked, on the one hand, because Qi Lianying actually had such an experience, and on the other hand, he was surprised that she actually survived and did not die or become an idiot. Looking at Lu Ping's surprised expression, Qi Lianying finally showed a trace of a smile and said, although she did not become an idiot, she completely lost her memory until she advanced to the core forging stage. Lu Ping suppressed the surprise in his heart, thought for a while, and said, when did this happen? Qi Lianying's eyes were a little blurred, and she said, about 30 or 40 years ago, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, after I regained consciousness, I was brought along by Aunt May, and then it was Sister Xianmeng who took care of me. I was like a child, learning everything from the beginning, including cultivation. When I advanced to the core forging stage, in the process of divine sense turning into divine sense, some fragmented memories suddenly appeared in my mind. These memories were so familiar, as if I had experienced them before, but I can't remember where and when they appeared. Lu Ping thought for a while, and said, perhaps Perfected Plum and Sister Zhu Xianmeng know something. A trace of pain flashed across Qi Lianying's face, and she said, they do know something, because in these fragmented memories, Aunt Mei and Sister Xianmeng appeared several times. Lu Ping asked in surprise, don't tell me you came to Soundwave Island because you suspect them? Qi Lianying's expression was calm when Lu Ping said what was on her mind. She said, indeed, since I woke up, the two of them have been taking care of me meticulously, but I can't get close to them no matter what. Aunt Mei has always been cold to me, and Sister Xianmeng also seems to deliberately keep her distance from me. Sometimes, they look at me strangely. They taught me cultivation skills, but they didn't let me become Aunt Mei's disciple. Therefore, after I reached the blood condensation stage, I started to wander outside, and I didn't want to stay with them anymore. After so many years, I created the name Qi Lianying. Lu Ping also didn't care about Qi Lianying's messy mother and me. After thinking for a while, he shook his head, and said, the two of them might know something, but they have nothing to do with you. But since Qi Lianying is your bandit name, what's your real name? Qi Lianying shook her head and said, Auntie Mei and Sister Xianmeng both call me Little Ing, but they've never called me by my real name. I've asked about it before, but the two of them would intentionally or unintentionally change the topic. After a long time, I stopped asking about it, and the distance between me and the two of them grew. This is also why I don't want to stay with them. Lu Ping sighed, and asked, after you reached the core forging stage, did you find anything in the fragmented memories you recovered? Qi Lianying shook her head, and said, just some flashing images, but I can't remember anything. In these images, other than Aunt Mei and Sister Xianmeng, there are a few other people, but I don't know if my parents are among them. Lu Ping listened to the description in Qi Lianying's memory fragments, and his brows furrowed even tighter. Seeing his expression, Qi Lianying's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but ask, Did you find something? Lu Ping's expression changed, and after listening to Qi Lianying's question, he thought for a while, and said, I did find something, but I can't be sure. If this matter is really as I guessed, I'm afraid your background is not simple. I can only say that you might be from the North Sea. The 27 islands under the Three-Family Alliance were still calm, but under this calm, there was an undercurrent surging, as if a storm was about to arrive. On this day, Lu Ping sat in the cultivation room with a solemn expression, his eyes focused on a 3-inch pearl that was emitting a 5-colored light. At this time, Lu Ping's huge divine sense had been compressed into strands, like tentacles, and at the same time, he was engraving several fine array restrictions inside the pearl that could only be detected by divine sense. These restrictions were so complex, but they were also closely connected, forming a system. If one of the divine sense made a mistake while engraving the restrictions, the entire restriction that Lu Ping had already completed would have to be redone. His divine sense was rapidly consumed, and Lu Ping's face became paler. He sat there like a clay statue, not daring to move at all. The strands of divine sense finally completed the final array formation, and the 36 array formations in the entire pearl instantly connected into a whole, forming a mysterious restriction inside the pearl. Lu Ping did not care about the discomfort caused by the consumption of his divine sense. He looked at the pearl that was emitting a misty 5-colored light floating in front of him with a joyful expression. After Lu Ping completed the last restriction, the dazzling light had become restrained, but Lu Ping could feel that the power contained within it had greatly increased. With a thought from Lu Ping, the pearl disappeared into Lu Ping's chest in a flash. In Lu Ping's core space, a huge gold core had been entangled with 2 mysterious runes. 11 pearls with restrained brilliance were slowly rotating around the gold core closest to the gold core, and at the same time, they resonated with the gold core, swallowing and spitting out wisps of Zhenyuan qi. At this time, a pearl that was exactly the same as the previous 11 pearls suddenly appeared in the core space. When the 12 pearls gathered, Lu Ping's core space instantly shook, and a mysterious restriction lit up in each pearl. The 12 restrictions connected into a hole, surrounding the gold core in the center of the core space. The rich spirit qi gathered by the 5 mini-spirit veins in the cultivation room was instantly sucked out. Qiao Weiying, who was cultivating in another cultivation room, opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of Lu Ping's cultivation room. She shook her head helplessly and said, "What a freak." Qi Lianying, on the other hand, lay down and stretched her arms. She said to herself, "Sigh, I've wanted to stop cultivating for a long time. It just so happens that little Lu has sucked out all the spirit qi. Without spirit qi, of course I can't cultivate. What a good excuse." In the core space, the amount of Zhen Yuan absorbed by the 12 pearls and the huge gold core instantly increased. On the surface of the gold core, the slightly dimmer second rune that had just formed suddenly lit up. Together with the first rune, they transformed into 2 strange dragons with the body of a snake, the claws of a crocodile, and the whiskers of a carp. They chased each other on the surface of the gold core. For core forging cultivators, every time their cultivation advanced, their divine sense would be tempered and nurtured in the gold core, forming a rune. The rune in the gold core would transform into the embryonic form of the Dharma idol that the cultivator would achieve in the future. The origin of the rune was the fusion of the 3 bloodlines of the cultivator during the blood condensation realm. After returning to Qianyuan City from Silver Sword Island, although Lu Ping was cultivating in seclusion in the Earth Step Cave in the city to help Wen Yu condense the gold core, Lu Ping's own cultivation had already reached the peak of the first layer of the core forging realm. After the trip to the heavy profound cave, Lu Ping fought with several core forging enlightened masters and gained a lot. These gains were not only material, but also the experience and fighting methods of countless core forging enlightened masters. These gains gave Lu Ping a clear understanding of the core forging realm. Not long after Wen Yu broke through to the core forging realm, Lu Ping's cultivation finally advanced a step further and condensed the second rune on his gold core. After advancing to the core forging realm, Lu Ping began to improve his natal magic weapon. He carved treasure restrictions on the 12 gentian pearls. Each treasure restriction was composed of 36 subtle and complicated restrictions. Currently, Lu Ping had 2 kinds of water attribute treasure restrictions. One was bestowed by his teacher, Lu Xianling, and the other was bestowed by Zhenling's Dharma idol, Laozu, with the help of his teacher. It was enough to upgrade the 12 gentian pearls. However, Lu Ping's difficulty in upgrading his natal mystic instruments didn't lie in the seals, but in his lack of proficiency in smithing. What made him feel helpless was the fact that Lu Ping had 12 natal mystic instruments. In other words, when others upgraded their natal mystic instruments, they only needed to insert a single seal into each of the 12 origin Qin beads. But Lu Ping had to insert a seal into each of the 12 origin Qin beads to form 12 mystic instruments at the same time. When Lu Ping condensed a treasure restriction in the last gentian pearl and upgraded it to a magic weapon, the 12 gentian pearls changed qualitatively again. They resonated with the gold core, and a large amount of spiritual qi was absorbed into Lu Ping's body. Under the effect of the North Sea Wave listening spell, the spiritual qi was refined into true essence for the natal magic weapon and the gold core to absorb. Lu Ping had just broken through to the second stage of the core forging realm and had not had time to consolidate his cultivation. Lu Ping smiled faintly as he sensed the immense power contained in the 12 origin Qin beads after they were upgraded to his natal mystic treasures. This was the reason why he refused the help of the boudoir and insisted on driving the Wang clan out of the fallen secret realm with his own strength. Chapter 319. The 12 gentian beads had all advanced to the level of magic weapon, which brought Lu Ping joy, but Lu Ping immediately thought of something, and a wry smile appeared on his face. When Lu Ping condensed the 12 gentian beads in the late blood condensation realm, the biggest problem he faced was that this set of magic weapon consumed too much spiritual power. Even with Lu Ping's strong spiritual power accumulation, it was difficult to use this set of magic weapon for a long time. This problem originally did not exist after Lu Ping advanced to the core forging realm, but after Lu Ping upgraded all 12 gentian beads to magic weapons, this problem appeared again. Using 12 magic weapons at once, even though it was a set of magic weapons, would greatly reduce the consumption of spiritual power. Although Lu Ping's spiritual power accumulation was still strong, and he had advanced to the second level of core forging realm, Lu Ping still could not use the whole set of magic weapons for a long time. In the huge core space, the golden core occupied the most central position, and at the outermost periphery was a golden long sword covered with fine scales. The golden scale sword had also been condensed by Lu Ping, but this magic weapon flying sword still could not challenge the Na Chuan cauldron that occupied the middle position, but the golden scale sword condensed with the second treasure restriction would undoubtedly make Lu Ping's strength to the next level. After Lu Ping finished his cultivation, he came out of the cave mansion, and a golden light rushed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and a golden flying sword fell into his hand. It was a sound transmission sword. After reading the content of the sound transmission sword, Lu Ping thought for a while, and then returned to the cave mansion. At the same time, several sound transmission talismans flew out of the cave mansion. 2 hours later, Hong Ying interrupted his core formation banquet and hurried to the cave mansion, followed by Yi Buqi and Wu Yan. He thought that after the Crystal Palace found a medium-sized spiritual mine, the Wang family would be able to get a share of the soup, but he did not expect that his son was so disappointing that he was fascinated by a woman and revealed such important news, which caused the interference of the Northern Alliance. The fat meat that was in his mouth was turned into leftovers, and he was envied by the Northern Alliance. In the Elixir Association, he was suppressed by the Zhang and Li families, and he only got 2% of the profits from the spiritual mine. These years, he had been harassed by the Northern Alliance everywhere. If it were not for the support of the Crystal Palace, the Wang family's days on the Three-Family Island would be even more difficult. Now, even in the fallen secret land, someone had begun to challenge the position of the Wang family. A rogue cultivator named Hong Ying had actually advanced to the core forging stage, unified the 9 small islands under the jurisdiction of the Three-Family Alliance, and stopped paying tribute to the Wang family. After discussing with the 2 old foxes, Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, Daoist Wang Hua felt a deep sense of crisis from their ambiguous statements. The Zhang and Li families definitely knew about this Hong Ying. The 2 families allowed this person to expand his power, but they were not afraid that this Hong Ying would endanger their power. What did this mean? Wang Hua felt a chill down his spine. Were the Zhang and Li families going to attack the Wang family? This Hong Ying was probably a pawn of the 2 families, and it was very likely that the Northern Alliance was behind this. Thinking of this, Wang Hua could no longer sit still. He hurriedly said goodbye to the 2 and flew to the small island occupied by the Wang family. He had to report this matter and his speculation to the family as soon as possible. If this was really the intention of the Northern Alliance, then the Wang family could only hope that the Crystal Palace would come forward to resolve it. In front of the giant Northern Alliance, the Wang family was really an insignificant ant, but in the Northern East Sea controlled by the Northern Alliance, the Wang family was an important pawn of the Crystal Palace inserted into the Northern Alliance's sphere of influence. The small island occupied by the Wang family was close at hand, but Wang Hua stopped in the air. Not far in front of him, a burly, rough-looking man was standing on his way back. You are the master of the Crimson Shadow Island, Hong Ying. Hong Ying was the nominal leader of the 9 islands, and before he was subdued by Lu Ping, he was the master of the Crimson Shadow Island. Lu Ping hid behind the scenes, so Hong Ying naturally expanded his power as the master of the Crimson Shadow Island. Ha, I am Hong Ying. Nice to meet you, Wang Hua. Hong Ying stood in front of Wang Hua with a smile, his face full of confidence. He was not the slightest bit afraid of the person in front of him, even though he had just advanced to the core forging stage. You're quite bold, actually daring to block this Tao Master's path. Is there something you need to trouble me with? Wang Hua's arrogant words did not work at all. Hong Ying said indifferently, Indeed, I have something to trouble you, Wang Hua. Please lead the cultivators of your family out of the fallen secret land. The Crimson Shadow Island will lose a foothold, but the Wang family is a big family, so you don't need to compete with us for this territory. Taoist Wang Hua was infuriated by Hong Ying's arrogant words. He laughed harshly and said, "A little cultivator who just entered the core forging stage dares to talk big. Call out all your helpers. Let me see what qualifications you have to provoke my Wang clan." The aura of a third-layer core forging cultivator burst out, completely suppressing Hong Ying. Hong Ying had just broken through to the core forging realm and was a rogue cultivator with a weak foundation. Even with Lu Ping's medicinal pellets to strengthen his foundation, how could he be compared to enlightened Master Wang Hua, who had been in the core forging realm for decades? Hong Ying's joy of advancing to the core forging stage was completely suppressed by Wang Hua's divine sense. Hong Ying clapped his hands, and a pestle appeared in his hands. He pointed at Wang Hua, and the pestle flew up and smashed towards him. "I didn't expect you to have a magic weapon in your hands. It seems that you, a rogue cultivator, had some fortuitous encounters, but this is far from enough." Hong Ying was naturally using the pestle Lu Ping gave him. However, enlightened Master Wang Hua casually cast out a top-grade mystic instrument and infused a concept spell into it. The mystic instrument clashed with the pestle. Although the pestle was a magic weapon, Wang Hua's cultivation and battle experience were far above Hong Ying's. With just a top-grade magic tool, he was able to repel the pestle. Just as perfected Wang Hua made his move, two short daggers suddenly appeared behind perfected Wang Hua and stabbed towards his back. The timing and position of the attack were perfect. However, immortal Wang Hua seemed to have expected it. His body suddenly propped up a green gang chi, blocking the two daggers. His body had already flashed to the left, and the two daggers suddenly missed. A pair of pale but perfectly maintained hands suddenly appeared, holding the two daggers in his hands. Just as Wang Hua flashed to the left, a delicate voice was heard. Two water sleeves were like two spiraling snakes, entangling Wang Hua's body. Wang Hua snorted coldly, and a wooden ruler appeared in his hand. It instantly split into two ruler shadows in the air and slashed at the two seemingly weak water sleeves at the same time. However, the two water sleeves were like two water snakes that were hit in the heart and immediately retreated. At this moment, Wang Hua seemed to have sensed something. A wooden shield rose from behind him, and there was a cracking sound. Wang Hua's expression changed, and when he looked back, he saw an orange fireball exploding on his wooden shield. However, the orange flames were like maggots on a bone, burning on the wooden shield. The wooden shield itself was a defensive magic weapon, and the orange flames could actually directly burn on the wooden shield. Wang Hua could sense that the restriction array in the wooden shield not only could not stop the orange flames, but it was also on the verge of collapsing under the burning flames. Wang Hua stretched out his hand and placed it on the wooden shield. A pure spiritual essence flowed into the wooden shield, and the flames on the surface of the wooden shield were immediately shaken off. Wang Hua stretched out his hand, and the wooden ruler hit the flames that were shaken off from the wooden shield. However, the flames suddenly disappeared in the air, and the wooden ruler hit nothing but air. Wang Hua looked up in surprise and saw a handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old walking slowly in the air. There seemed to be a trace of apology on his face, and the orange flames were burning in his hands. Wang Hua looked to the other side and saw a handsome but pale young cultivator holding two daggers in his hands. His eyes were staring at Wang Hua with a murderous look. The owner of the pair of water sleeves was a beautiful woman, and Wang Hua felt that she was somewhat familiar. Looking at the pair of water sleeves that had already advanced to a magic weapon, Wang Hua suddenly realized and said, "That's Qi Lianying." "Hee, you changed your appearance, but this pair of water sleeves is your natal magic weapon. Although it has advanced to a magic weapon, it is not a problem for me." Qi Lianying rolled her eyes and said, "When did I hide anything from you? It's because you've never seen this old lady's true appearance." Wang Hua sneered and did not speak. He looked at the other two people and said, "Who are the two of you? Do you also want to go against the Wang family? You should know that there are some people that you can't afford to offend." "You mean the Crystal Palace?" Qi Lianying sneered and said, I ruined the plans of the Wang family and the Crystal Palace, and killed a core forging stage cultivator of the Crystal Palace called Hong Shikuei, but I don't see what the Crystal Palace can do to me. Wang Hua snorted and was about to speak, but the pale young man holding the dagger said sarcastically, the Crystal Palace has no control over my business. The teenager thought for a while and said, I don't like the Crystal Palace. Many of my people died in the hands of the Crystal Palace. Wang Hua sneered and looked at Hong Ying and said, is this why you dare to provoke the Wang family today? You're nothing more than a group of desperados. A few small cultivators who have just advanced to the core forging stage also dare to ambush this Dao master. Today, I'll let you know that the disparity in cultivation between core forging cultivators cannot be made up for with numbers. Daoist Wang Hua's face was filled with ruthlessness. He took the initiative to attack Hong Ying with his wooden ruler. He could see that among the 4 people in front of him, the other 3 had a solid foundation. Only Hong Ying had just advanced to the core forging stage. He was the weakest of the 4. Chapter 320. The small island in the fallen mystic realm that the Wang family occupied was called Sangling Island. Sangling Island had been under the Wang family's management for hundreds of years. The island was well equipped with patrolling cultivators and protective arrays. In a place as dangerous as the fallen mystic realm, no one's life could be guaranteed. Even the disciples of the prestigious sects could lose their lives without knowing it. The array disk of Tsangling Island's protective array was placed at the center of Tsangling Island. Tsangling Island was where the only small spiritual vein on the island was located. The array disk was placed in the cave where the Wang family island enlightened master usually cultivated. It was also the only gathering place of the small spiritual vein on the island. Enlightened master Wang Hua was out discussing important matters with the Zhang and Li families' enlightened masters. There were 4 cultivators from the Wang family guarding the island. 2 of them were at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th layer. Brother Eli, do you know where third uncle went today? One of the 4 Wang family disciples was bored, so he asked a 9th layer blood condensation realm cultivator next to him about enlightened master Wang Hua's whereabouts. Who knows? Brother Eli laughed lewdly and said, maybe third uncle went out to look for his lover again. But there are too many ants like us, so we don't know which one it is. The cultivators in the cave mansion chuckled, and a cultivator who looked a bit older shouted, don't talk nonsense, third uncle went to discuss important matters with the Zhang and Li clans. If third uncle heard what you said, he'll skin you alive. The other 3 stopped laughing. After a while, the cultivator who spoke first asked again, Brother Ishiang, do you know what important matters third uncle went to discuss? Big Brother Ishiang was the cultivator who stopped the 3 from laughing earlier. He said, I'm not too sure either. It seems to have something to do with the core forging Taoist master, Hong Ying. I don't know the specifics, but I'm guessing they want to kill him. After all, he's too arrogant. He thinks that just because he's a core forging Taoist master, he can look down on our Wang family. He even stopped paying tribute to our Wang family. Not to mention, the alliance between the 3 clans won't allow any of their forces to go out of control. Before elder brother Ishiang could finish speaking, the other 3 began to discuss excitedly, ridiculing Hong Ying for not knowing how to appreciate favors and for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth after becoming a core forging enlightened master. Their mocking words contained a deep sense of jealousy, but even more of schadenfreude. At that moment, Brother Ishiang seemed to hear something shattering. However, the sound was drowned out by the loud chatter of the crowd. Brother Ishiang couldn't hear it clearly. Brother Ishiang watched his 3 brothers chatting excitedly as he walked deeper into the cave abode alone. Dabao was Lu Ping's weakest spiritual pet, but he was the one that Lu Ping valued the most. However, Dabao would rather Lu Ping didn't value him that much. That was because Lu Ping's value meant that Dabao's freedom would be ruthlessly taken away by Lu Ping. Dabao's latest interest was to build his underground labyrinth in the House of Gold. However, he was discovered by Lu Ping 3 days ago. Lu Ping then sent him and Samling to infiltrate Sangling Island and destroy the island's protective array disk. For this, Debeo had no choice but to dive into the sea with the help of the 3 violent snake demons. Then, he dug an underground tunnel that led directly to the Wang family's cave abode on Sangling Island. As for how to find the cave abode, how could Debeo, as the spirit-seeking mouse, not be able to find the small spirit vein in Sangling Island? Since he found the spirit vein, he would naturally be able to find the cave abode. According to Lu Ping's estimation, the array disk of Sangling Island's protective array was most likely in the cave abode. If it was only Debeo, he definitely wouldn't need 3 days. However, Debeo still needed to dig a tunnel that led directly to the cave abode. Even an expert like Debeo, who was proficient in digging tunnels, took 3 days to complete the task. Debeo flipped over the last stone slab on the ground of the cave abode. He didn't expect a section of the cave abode to be filled with rocks. This took a lot of effort from Debeo. Just as Debeo was about to take a break, he suddenly heard footsteps coming his way. Debeo shuddered and slammed his head against the stone wall of the cave abode. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Brother Yixiang walked in and saw the huge hole on the ground. Brother Yixiang's expression changed. He turned around and was about to shout when a green shadow suddenly shot out from the hole. Brother Yixiang noticed something was wrong behind him. His protective aura was immediately activated. However, the green shadow seemed to have expected this. At the same time as it pounced over, a green liquid had already sprayed out. The liquid stuck to the protective aura, and there was a sizzling sound. In the midst of the green smoke, Brother Yixiang's protective aura had been corroded into a big hole. The green figure followed closely. Brother Yixiang's throat gurgled, but he could no longer make a sound. His eyes were wide open and bulging, but his gaze was full of fear. Behind Brother Yixiang's neck was a small green snake. It was Lu Bai. Just after Lu Bai killed Brother Yixiang, 2 small snakes, one blue and one white, drilled out of the hole that Debeo had made. The 3 snakes hissed at the stone wall. Debeo's sharp head popped out of the stone wall. Seeing Brother Yixiang's body on the ground, he walked out of the stone wall and took a storage bag from Brother Yixiang's body and hung it around his neck. Samling walked out of the cave. Debeo thought for a moment and followed. But looking at the distance between him and Samling, it was obvious that he wanted to run if he couldn't win. The 3 people outside the cave were still talking loudly cursing Red Eagle for overestimating himself. At the same time, they were looking forward to the treasures that the Wang family would obtain when they annihilated Crimson Shadow Island. They had no idea that the Grim Reaper was already in front of them. Samling suddenly sprang out of the cave abode and pounced on the 3 people. This happened so suddenly that the 3 people did not expect an enemy to come out of the cave abode. Moreover, Brother Yixiang had just entered the cave abode, so the 3 people were even less prepared. Who is it? How dare you? Ah, it's poisonous. At the same time, the 3 spirits used the same method to break through the obstruction of the protective aura and bite the 3 of them. 2 level 8 blood condensation cultivators died instantly. Only the level 9 blood condensation Brother Yi Li's body turned pink after being bitten by Lu Bai. It was the 100-flower fiend. Brother Yi Li had clearly condensed the 100-flower fiend in the land of 100 flowers, so he had a slight resistance against Lu Qing's wind poison. After being bitten by Lu Ping, he struggled to escape and inform the Wang family. Just as he was about to leave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in. At the same time, Brother Yi Li's body sank. A strange force made his body several times heavier. Brother Yi Li, who did not exert any force on his feet, used all his magic power to resist the poison in his body. He immediately staggered. Lu Qing took the opportunity to jump up. With a sweep of his tail, Brother Yi Li's head was like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Samling and the mouse quickly found the island's protective formation plate. Dabeo jumped onto the plate, and his limbs immediately lit up with an earthy yellow light. As the earthy yellow light shone on the surface of the formation plate, a silver light shone at the same time, repelling Dabeo. Just as the silver light shone, Samling seemed to have expected it. His body trembled, and the three snake tails struck the formation plate at the same time. The silver light flickered, and the formation plate collapsed. The earthy yellow light on Dabeo's limbs came into contact with the huge island's protective formation plate at the same time. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, and the formation plate with a circumference of 1 zhang started to crack. In an instant, the formation plate broke into pieces. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the island's protective formation plate was destroyed. While the Wang clan cultivators on the island were at a loss, more than 100 rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky from 3 different directions, heading straight for Tsangling Island. Enemy attack! The cultivators of the Wang family screamed at the top of their lungs. Panic and helplessness spread out along with the exclamations. Before the battle began, the cultivators of the Wang family had already lost their morale. More than 100 rays of light landed on the island, and they quickly attacked the Wang clan cultivators on the island. The miserable screams of the Wang clan cultivators could be heard continuously. On the east side of Tsangling Island, Yi Buki and his brothers led 42 other cultivators to form 8 6-way battle formations and attacked the Wang clan cultivators head-on. On the west side, Hong Ying's 4 Vajras led dozens of blood condensation cultivators to form the 3 Talents 5 Elements formation to attack the Wang clan cultivators from both sides. On the south side, only a dozen or so rays of light landed. However, all of them were late blood condensation cultivators. After landing, they formed teams of 3 and entered the island to encircle the Wang clan cultivators. Only one person remained unmoving. It was Wu Yan, who had reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm under Lu Ping's guidance. At that moment, several of the cultivators who had escaped the encirclement were rushing towards the south. Seeing that Wu Yan was the only one guarding the place, they all revealed ferocious smiles and prepared to kill the invader to avenge themselves. Wu Yan looked at the Wang clan cultivators rushing towards him with a sneer on his face. He took out a spirit beast pouch and shook it in the air. A series of buzzing sounds could be heard, and the Wang clan cultivators who were rushing towards him slowed down. They felt a slight numbness in their scalps. Just as the few of them were hesitating whether or not to rush forward, a purple torrent suddenly rushed out from the spirit beast pouch. Wu Yan turned his hand and took out a bronze drum from his storage pouch. This bronze drum was only a mid-grade magic artifact. Then, Wu Yan took out a drumstick shining with golden light from who knows where. This was a magic treasure. Dong! The drumstick struck the bronze drum and the amethyst wasps flew out to block the Wang family cultivators' path of escape. The moment they heard the sound of the drum, they immediately formed a thick rotating array, covering a radius of tens of zhang. Following the beating of the drumsticks in Wu Yan's hand, the amethyst wasps shot towards the terrified cultivators before them. The amethyst wasp's Dao soldier array that Lu Ping had painstakingly cultivated finally revealed its ferocious teeth and began its slaughter. Chapter 321. After years of nurturing by Lu Ping, the amethyst wasp king finally advanced to the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping's amethyst wasp swarm could finally expand. The amethyst wasp king was already at the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm, and it had more than 10 amethyst wasp subordinates. The entire swarm had expanded to 500. The fist-sized amethyst wasp could fight against 10 late blood condensation realm cultivators after forming the Dao soldier formation. A few screams came from the Dao soldier formation, and the Dao soldier formation retracted. The Wang family cultivators' corpses were nowhere to be seen. Dong! 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 With 3 beats of the drum, the Dao soldier formation began to move forward, moving deeper into Tsangling Island. In the sky a few miles away from Tsangling Island, the battle had reached a critical moment. Wang Hua couldn't believe that 4 minor repairs at the first level of the core forging realm could force him into such a predicament. Among the 4 of them, Hong Ying's attacks were the most monotonous. He kept smashing the pestle back and forth. The other attacks were completely useless against perfected Wang Hua. Qi Lianying's water sleeve was the most difficult to deal with. Although Wang Hua's profound wood ruler was of a higher grade than the water sleeve, it was still difficult to injure Qi Lianying. Moreover, Qiao Weiying, who looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, was constantly harassing him. When Qiao Weiying advanced to the core forging realm, he was framed by someone and lost all his cultivation, causing him to be paralyzed. With the help of the spirit water vein nourishing pill refined by Lu Ping, not only did he recover his cultivation, but he also successfully advanced to the core forging realm. However, the years of being a cripple had caused Qiao Weiying to accumulate too much ruthlessness, causing his temperament to change drastically. He was the most ruthless when facing his enemies, regardless of the consequences. Wang Hua had many opportunities to injure Qiao Weiying, but whenever Qiao Weiying was in a dangerous situation, he would always fight to the death. Even if it was a small injury, he would exchange it for a big one. Wang Hua had no choice but to avoid him in the end. However, the biggest threat to Wang Hua wasn't these 3, but the shy 17 or 18 years old boy. This youngster was none other than Wan Yu. Wan Yu possessed a type of inherited magical ability called Wood Flame. This minor fire-type magical ability was most effective against cultivators who cultivated wood-type cultivation techniques. This small divine ability required 3 types of spiritual fire kindling, and then combined with the Wan Jade and with Wan clan's inherited cultivation method to be used. Before Wan Yu advanced to the core forging stage, he had already collected 2 kinds of fire seeds. After he advanced to the core forging stage, he could also condense a Dan fire in his golden core. With 3 kinds of Dan fire combined, he was able to use the wood flame. This type of flame could be said to be the most overbearing type of magical ability. Wang Hua's Darkwood Ruler and Darkwood Shield were magic treasures condensed with a treasure restriction, but once they were stuck by this flame, the magic treasures began to burn. Wang Hua had to use the true essence in his body to forcibly shake off or isolate the flames on the magic treasures. Every time he did so, he had to use a large amount of true essence. Fortunately, Wang Hua was a core forging stage master after all. Whether it was his cultivation, fighting experience, or even the magic treasures in his hands, he was more than a level higher than the 4 of them. Although the 4 of them joined forces, they couldn't do anything to Wang Hua. They could only tie him down and not let him escape. In the void, about a mile away from the battle between the 5 people, 2 people were using an invisibility technique to watch the battle. They were Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who had previously discussed with Wang Hua about wiping out the forces under Lu Ping. "Brother Li, I heard that your niece has a good relationship with a female alchemist surnamed Chu. I thought that they would help Master Lu Jiu, but I didn't expect that Master Lu Jiu would be able to find 4 enlightened masters of the core forging realm and secretly accumulate such a force. It's said that the alchemists in the cultivation world can't be provoked, and it's true." Zhang Feng looked at the battle in the distance and casually chatted with Li Maolin, who was next to him. "Brother Zhang, you must be joking. If Lu Jiu wants to build his own force, he naturally has to rely on his own means. External forces can't interfere. This is also the rule of the Northern Alliance. My Li family wouldn't dare to challenge the rule of the Northern Alliance." Zhang Feng glanced at Li Maolin with an inexplicable smile and saw that Li Maolin was also looking at him. The 2 of them smiled at each other and then looked back at the battlefield. "I'm afraid Wang Hua has already noticed that these 4 people are buying time." "So what? That alchemist Lu Jiu still hasn't shown up." Wang Hua finally felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for him to defeat these 4 people in a short period of time. But if these 4 people wanted to kill him, it would be a joke. They were buying time. Wang Hua's expression changed. At this moment, a muffled rumble came from the sea in the distance. It was coming from the direction of Tsangling Island. It was the protective array of Tsangling Island. It was destroyed. How was this possible? Wang Hua panicked and shouted, "Good, good, I didn't expect you to have such an arrangement. Do you think you can defeat my Wang family like this? What a joke." This Dao master originally wanted to leave a contingency plan to give the Zhang and Li clans a pleasant surprise in the future, but I didn't expect that you four little cultivators could actually force this Dao master into such a situation. Since that's the case, the four of you can stay here today. As soon as Wang Hua's voice fell, a qi that was far stronger than before suddenly erupted from Wang Hua's body. Hong Ying, who was the weakest among them, was directly suppressed by this qi and could not use his magic weapon. The other three quickly retreated. Qi Lianying's expression changed dramatically. He screamed, "Middle stage core forging. You have advanced to the middle stage core forging." Wang Hua's cultivation had already reached the middle stage core forging. This time, not only Qi Lianying and the other three people's expressions changed, even Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who were hiding in the distance, looked solemn. I didn't expect Wang Hua to have already condensed a spirit item and advanced to the middle stage core forging. Even we were fooled by him. What a cunning and clever concealment method. Perfected Zhang Feng chuckled coldly. Li Maolin was also surprised. I'm afraid this Wang Hua is hiding his cultivation because he is targeting us. All these years, the Wang family has been suppressed by the Northern Alliance. If it weren't for the Crystal Palace's support, the Wang family wouldn't have been able to survive and would have moved away. That must be it. All these years, other than Wang Yishan, who joined the Crystal Palace, has advanced to the core forging stage, there is also a peak blood condensation cultivator who has condensed a gold core. Now, the Wang family has 6 core forging enlightened masters. Now that Wang Hua has advanced to the middle stage core forging stage, it must be because of the spirit item provided by the Crystal Palace. These 4 little fellows are already in imminent danger. Should we secretly lend them a hand? That Lu Jiu hasn't appeared yet, right? Let's wait and see what other trump cards this alchemy grandmaster has. If he loses 1 or 2 of his subordinates, he will become our neighbors in the perished secret land. It will be easier to get along with him, right? The 4 of them were already at the end of their rope. How could they still dare to surround perfected Wang Hua in the middle? Instead, the 4 of them gathered together and worked together to resist perfected Wang Hua's fierce attacks. They no longer had the intention to leave perfected Wang Hua here. However, Wang Hua didn't plan to leave. Tsangling Island had already been conquered, and the enemy had been plotting this for a long time. Even if he rushed back now, the Wang family would suffer heavy casualties. At most, he could kill some enemy blood condensation cultivators to vent his anger. It was better to stay here. If he could kill 1 or 2 of these core forging masters, it would be worth it even if the collateral disciples of the family died 10 times more. Although the difference between the 3rd and 4th layer of core forging was only 1 layer, it was the first time a cultivator's cultivation would ascend after condensing their gold core. The most fundamental reason for this was the first time a cultivator had refined a heaven and earth spiritual object. After fusing with a heaven and earth spiritual object, a cultivator's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. The fusion between the divine sense and the gold core would go a step further, allowing a cultivator to cast spells after advancing to the mid-core forging stage. The 4 of them worked together to resist Wang Hua's attacks. Wang Hua's attacks seemed casual, but every time he launched an attack, the 4 of them had to use all their strength to resist. Hong Ying, who was the weakest among them, was already bleeding from his nose and mouth. Even his newly condensed gold core seemed to be unstable and could collapse at any time. Wang Hua looked at the 4 people in front of him contemptuously, as if he was looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As Wang Hua attacked, he stretched out his hand and threw out 2 golden rays of light. One flew to the west, and the other flew to the east. They were the sound transmission swords. However, after the 2 sound transmission swords flew out, the one flying to the west suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of golden dust that drifted down to the sea. Who is sneaking around? Come out. Daoist Wang Hua's expression changed. He immediately shouted towards the void in the west. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and a cyan thunderball flew towards the void in the west. Then, it suddenly exploded, and the cyan thunder light immediately wreaked havoc in all directions. Qi Lianying and the other three's expressions changed. This was clearly the power of a small magic. Although Wang Hua had suppressed Qi Lianying and the other three, he still did not use his full strength. If he had used this small magic just now, the four of them would have been killed or injured. Just as the cyan thunder light exploded toward the void, a huge wave suddenly surged on the sea without any wind. The huge wave surged strangely, but the shape of the wave was even more strange. The monstrous wave suddenly seemed to have turned into a huge monster. In the middle of the surging wave, a huge mouth with a radius of 300 feet suddenly opened and swallowed the thunderball that was about to explode. Then, the huge mouth quickly closed. The thunderball exploded in the wave, and the cyan thunder light flickered in the wave. The wave that was like a lone peak suddenly collapsed, causing the sea surface to shake for a few miles. However, the cyan thunder light magic was eventually dissolved by the huge wave. Blue tide technique. Just as the waves caused by the huge wave stopped on the sea surface, a golden flying sword suddenly appeared in the sky and then directly stabbed toward Wang Hua. The flying sword flew through the air, leaving behind 1,296 golden afterimages. The golden sword shadows did not dissipate and continued to fly toward Wang Hua. Sword cultivation into complexity, sword light great perfection. Who are you? Why do you want to be the enemy of the Wang clan? Wang Hua's expression changed drastically. There was a trace of fear in his hoarse shout. Chapter 322. Enlightened Wang Hua placed the mystic wood shield in front of him. Suddenly, a layer of earth energy appeared around him. It was enlightened Wang Hua's defensive technique, Sun Luo Wall. The defensive technique and the mystic wood shield worked together to block the golden scale sword's continuous attacks. However, enlightened Wang Hua's mystic wood shield kept trembling. It didn't dare to let the 1,000 sword rays land on the same spot. Even so, Lu Ping's sword still pushed enlightened Wang Hua back by 100 feet. His defensive technique was on the verge of breaking. Enlightened Master Wang Hua broke out in cold sweat from Lu Ping's attack. The mystic wood shield shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into enlightened Master Wang Hua's hand. The shield was riddled with holes, all caused by Lu Ping's attack. Enlightened Wang Hua looked at his magic treasure and felt his heart ache. Even Wan Yu's wood flame didn't cause this much damage to the mystic wood shield. After he returned, he didn't know how long it would take for him to restore the mystic wood shield to its original power. The golden scale sword, which had already condensed its second seal, spun in the sky and was held by a pair of hands. A young cultivator in his 20s stood on a white cloud and slowly descended towards enlightened Wang Hua. Who else could it be but Lu Ping? Just when Lu Ping destroyed the sound transmission sword released by enlightened Wang Hua, another sound transmission sword flew a few miles to the east and inexplicably disappeared from the sea. Standing on the white cloud, Lu Ping looked to the east. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The corner of Lu Ping's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. It's you. How could enlightened Wang Hua not know Lu Ping? Not only did he defeat the Zhang and Wang clans pill refiners at the Northern Alliance pill gathering, but he also defeated the blood condensation pill refiners of the other three sections. I've long heard that alchemy master Lu Jiu's alchemy skills are brilliant, but I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so sharp as well. You've cultivated the sword into complexity, and your sword light has reached the great completion of psychic sword. As long as you combine the psychic sword light into one, and achieve the realm of cultivation and sword as one, the attack power of your swordsmanship will not be any weaker than ordinary supernatural power. Lu Ping smiled and said, You flatter me, perfected Wang Hua. You've become an alchemy grandmaster after advancing to the core forging stage. Master Lu, why are you making things difficult for the Wang clan this time? When Daoist Wang Hua saw Lu Ping, he knew that this matter would not end well. It was not just because of Lu Ping's identity as an alchemist. After advancing to the core forging stage, it was no longer a secret that Lu Ping had become an alchemist master. But what really made Daoist Wang Hua afraid was that when Master Lu appeared at the trade fair in Skyrend, he was accompanied by a late core forging stage cultivator. If the Crystal Palace did not stand up for a late core forging stage cultivator, the Wang clan would not offend him in any case. Didn't the owner of the Red Eagle Island say that when we establish our own sect, we must have a foundation? The Wang clan is a big family. Why do you need to fight with us, a rogue cultivator, for this small territory? Daoist Wang Hua would not waste his breath on this matter with Lu Ping. Instead, he said, I'm afraid that both the Zhang and Li clans are involved in today's matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't have coincidentally stopped me here. Lu Ping secretly praised these monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. Each of them was smart and could figure out the cause and effect of the matter with a little thought. But Lu Ping would not be so stupid as to admit these things directly. Some things were like this. It was enough for everyone to know, but it could not be said in the open. Daoist Wang Hua saw that Lu Ping smiled and did not say anything. He knew that today's matter would not end until one of them died, so he sneered and said, if the Zhang and Li clans did not intervene, do you have the confidence to keep me here? I admit that your excellency's swordsmanship is excellent, but you are only at the second level of the core forging stage. I don't care. This was the reason why Lu Ping refused the help of the boudoir. If an external force intervened in the dispute with the Wang clan, the Crystal Palace would naturally have an excuse to intervene. At that time, the Northern Alliance would not be able to say anything, and the force that Lu Ping managed would become the vanguard, or cannon fodder, used by the boudoir to fight against the Crystal Palace. In this way, in order to preserve his force under the oppression of the Crystal Palace, Lu Ping could not do without the help of the boudoir. In this case, Lu Ping's force would eventually be manipulated by the boudoir and become a wedding dress. However, Lu Ping completed the expulsion of the Wang clan from the fallen secret land by himself, which was following the rules of the rise and fall of the forces under the jurisdiction of the Northern Alliance. Not only did the Crystal Palace have no excuse to intervene in the affairs of the Northern Alliance, but the Northern Alliance also hoped to use Lu Ping to erase the pawn of the Crystal Palace in the Northern Alliance, or to weaken its role. Even if the Crystal Palace wanted to deal with Lu Ping, the Northern Alliance had to protect him out of righteousness. Otherwise, the rules made by the Northern Alliance would be ineffective, and they would not be able to restrain other forces. However, the foundation of all this was that Lu Ping could really expel the Wang clan from the fallen secret land with his own efforts. Looking at the arrogant Wang Hua, Lu Ping said with a smile, "How can you know if you don't try?" What? Daoist Wang Hua couldn't believe his ears. Do you really think you can keep me here? You're just a small cultivator who has advanced to the core forging stage for less than 5 years. What a joke. Well, today I will show you the real power of a cultivator who has smelted the spirit objects of heaven and earth. Forest of myriad trees. The mystic wood shield rose slowly and suddenly disappeared in the air. Beams of cyan light fell from the sky. When Qi Lianying and the others were surprised, they heard Lu Ping say seriously, "Watch out." The golden scale sword produced 5 beams of sword light in a row and scattered to the sea under their feet. At this moment, countless seaweeds emerged from the bottom of the sea and entangled under their feet. The golden scale sword slashed horizontally and cut the seaweeds that emerged. However, this was just the beginning. When the golden scale sword flashed, more and more seaweeds emerged from the bottom of the sea and entangled the people. Qi Lianying and the others quickly dodged, only to find that their bodies seemed to have been restricted. The mystic wood shields around them, which had transformed into cyan light, were like walls, isolating them within a certain space. Left with no choice, they had no choice but to use their own means to block the seaweed that was swarming toward them. Although it was easy to block the seaweeds, they seemed to be endless. When they destroyed a wave of seaweeds, more seaweeds emerged from the sea. Wang Hua's complacent laughter could be heard. You can't even resist one of my magical powers, and you still want to keep me here? What a joke. Maybe I'll leave all of you here to feed the fishes. Wang Hua slapped the mystic wood ruler in his hand and shouted, "Go!" Qi Lianying's facial expression changed abruptly when the dark wooden ruler disappeared into the water. He waved his sleeves in front of him and formed a wall of sleeves. Along with a muffled sound, a huge piece of wood darted out from the swarming seaweed and smashed heavily on Qi Lianying's wall of sleeves. Although Qi Lianying blocked the sudden attack of the huge piece of wood, his face turned pale. Obviously, this was an attack formed by the mystic wood ruler. Qi Lianying obviously could not resist Wang Hua's attack alone. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. The pestle in Hong Ying's hand was knocked away by the huge piece of wood formed by the mystic wood ruler. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned golden purple. This attack had shaken Hong Ying's newly condensed gold core. When Lu Ping saw that Hong Ying was seriously injured and his foundation was shaken, his expression immediately changed. A green light flickered in his eyes and penetrated the bottom of the sea. Then, as if he had seen something, the green light in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. Lu Ping coldly snorted. The golden scale sword moved freely in the air and slapped away the huge piece of wood that was attacking Qiao Weiying. Then, he drew a circle in the air and 1296 psychic sword lights flew out from the circle. The golden scale sword was the first to be erected, and the rest of the sword lights followed suit. A single-horned sword dragon suddenly formed in the sky, shaking its head and tail in the air. It was very lifelike. Lu Ping pointed to the bottom of the sea. The single-horned sword dragon opened its mouth and let out a long roar, then plunged into the sea. As the sword dragon plunged into the bottom of the seawater immediately became turbulent. The seaweed that had extended out of the sea all retreated back to the bottom of the sea and wrapped around the sword dragon. In an instant, the sea was covered in a thick layer of broken branches and leaves. At that moment, the calm perfected Wang Hua's expression changed. He suddenly heard a clanging sound from the bottom of the sea. The sword serpent that had broken through the entanglement of seaweed easily found the mystic wood ruler's body and directly attacked it. Wang Hua's hand formed a few seals and the mystic wood ruler broke out of the water. The protective light around his body had been torn apart by the sword dragon. Wang Hua's heart ached, but he didn't have time to repair it. He saw a one-horned sword dragon that had lost its tail and more than a dozen sword scales rush out of the sea and collide with the mystic wood ruler again. Wang Hua didn't have time to take back the mystic wood ruler and quickly shouted, "Split!" The mystic wood ruler transformed into 18 huge logs in a row, smashing towards the sword dragon's head. However, the sword dragon's body suddenly disintegrated, turning back into the psychic sword light. Hundreds of sword lights that had been shattered by the mystic wood ruler separated from the golden scale sword again. Then, with the golden scale sword as the main body, the 1296 psychic sword lights attached to the golden scale sword one after another. The golden scale sword suddenly transformed into a giant sword that was 999 feet wide in the sky. Wang Hua cried out, "Sword as one." Sword spell, how is this possible? Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who were a few miles away, looked at each other again. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Wang Hua quickly took back the mystic wood ruler, but it was too late. Under the giant sword's horizontal slash, the 18 giant pieces of wood were all broken. The mystic wood ruler let out a mournful cry. There was already a big gap on the ruler's body. Without years of nourishment and precious spirit materials to repair it, it would be difficult to recover. Chapter 323. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as a little divine power. In the eyes of the older cultivators, divine power was a powerful and mysterious spell created by a cultivator relying on his own cultivation, spells, wisdom, realm, comprehension, and all other factors. This kind of spell originated from the cultivator himself, and did not rely on external forces. When cultivators found out that they could also cultivate some spells that were not as powerful as divine power, but were not as difficult to cultivate as divine power, they called these spells that relied on external forces as little divine power, and those that truly relied on oneself were called great divine power. However, in the recent 100 years of cultivation, little divine power was no longer limited to using external forces to cultivate this special method. More and more cultivators called some concept spells that were similar in power to little divine power as little divine power, just like the unity of sword and practice, in swordsmanship, the unity of man and nature, in spells, and so on. True Essence One Breath Sword Technique. This was a kind of sword technique that could only be used to the greatest extent when one reached unity of sword and practice. When Lu Ping controlled the golden scale sword and combined it with the 1296 psychic sword Qi, not only was Wang Hua shocked, even Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who were hiding a few miles away to watch the show, were indescribably shocked. This was the highest achievement that could be achieved in swordsmanship in concept. The unity of sword and practice realm, which was often called the little divine power of swordsmanship, actually appeared on a second-level core forging cultivator. Even in the number 1 sword cultivator sect of East Sea, Skyrend, how many cultivators of the same level could achieve such an achievement? Unity of sword and practice was only one step away from achieving great divine power of swordsmanship. In the cultivation world, how many people could achieve great divine power in the core forging stage? And every core forging stage cultivator who achieved great divine power, which one of them was not famous and even became an ancestor in the future? Sword cultivators were famous in the cultivation world for their tyrannical attacks. Among the cultivators of the same level, sword cultivators might not be the strongest, but their destructive power was definitely the first. This was also the biggest reason why Skyrend became one of the 5 great sects of East Sea, and even the Crystal Palace did not want to provoke them. Lu Ping's sword was unexpected. Wang Hua never thought that the cultivator in front of him, who was famous for his alchemy, would have such achievements in swordsmanship. Under the attack of Lu Ping's True Essence One Sword Strike, the Mystic Wood Ruler's Myriad Woods Forest was instantly disintegrated. Even the Mystic Wood Ruler's body was heavily injured. Lu Ping swung the golden scale sword horizontally, intending to slash apart the Mystic Wood Shield's green light that imprisoned Qi Lianying and the others. Perfected Wang Hua was shocked. He did not care about the Dharma treasure in his hand and waved his hand. The green light that filled the sky immediately condensed and formed the Mystic Wood Shield again. Just as the green light that imprisoned everyone disappeared, Wan Yu's wood fire immediately followed. When resisting Wang Hua's Myriad Wood Forest, Wan Yu, who had the wood fire, had the easiest time. However, among the 3 fire seeds needed by Wan Yu's wood fire, one of them was not a natural oddity. Although the other 2 fire seeds were natural oddities, they were not very powerful. Therefore, in the face of Wang Hua's wood fire, whose cultivation was much higher than his, Wan Yu's wood fire could only protect himself, but could not break Wang Hua's Myriad Wood Forest. However, after Lu Ping broke Wang Hua's wood forest, Wan Yu was the first to recover and attack Wang Hua. At this time, Wang Hua's mind was shaken because his natal magic treasure was severely damaged, and his genuine essence was in turmoil. When Wan Yu's wood fire came, Wang Hua had no choice but to use the mysterious wood shield again to block the wood fire. Before Taoist Wang Hua could activate his true essence to shake off Wan Yu's wood fire, Xiao Weiying suddenly appeared behind Taoist Wang Hua and stabbed 2 daggers behind him. A layer of emerald green light appeared, and Wang Hua once again activated the protective small divine power, Sanlua Wall, to block Xiao Weiying's 2 magic daggers. Just as Taoist Wang Hua resisted Xiao Weiying's surprise attack and calmed down the turbulent qi in his body, his face suddenly changed. He saw that the light green protective magical power that was originally made by Qiao Weiying's 2 daggers was torn apart. Daoist Wang Hua instinctively felt that something was wrong. The escape light under his feet flashed, and he wanted to leave. However, he was still a step too late. Blood splattered, and there was a half-foot-long wound on Daoist Wang Hua's waist. A blue sword shadow flashed and disappeared. Invisible swordsmanship. Wang Hua looked at Lu Ping not far away in surprise. Not only Wang Hua, but Zhang Feng and Li Maolin also looked solemn. Lu Ping had shocked them too much. Lu Ping shook his head regretfully. The Water Seer sword was only a top-grade magic weapon after all. Although it was strengthened by the invisible water and the invisible sword technique, as well as Lu Ping's swordsmanship attainments, the power of the Water Seer sword was doubled, and it injured Wang Hua in one blow. However, if the Water Seer sword was a magic flying sword, Lu Ping was sure that he could injure Wang Hua seriously. Unfortunately, the Water Seer sword was only an ordinary top-grade magic weapon. If he wanted to have the foundation to advance to a magic weapon, Lu Ping would have to find some second-class water attribute spiritual materials and above to reforge it. Good, good. I didn't think that you puny cultivators would actually be able to force me to such a state. No wonder you dared to ambush me on my way here. I have indeed underestimated you. But if you think that you can make me stay here like this, you're still far from it. Wang Hua casually stopped the wound on his waist, and at the same time resisted the attacks of Lu Ping, Qiao Weiying, and Luan Yu. He looked at Lu Ping and the others with a ruthless expression. Hong Ying had been seriously injured by Wang Hua's forest of 10,000 trees, and his foundation was almost shaken. If it were not for the healing elixirs refined by Yu Jiangrui and Lu Ping, his cultivation would have been reduced to the core forging stage. Although Qi Lianying was not weaker than Hong Ying, he was also seriously injured by that attack, and he was forced to retreat from the fighting range with Hong Ying. Lu Ping, Luan Yu, and Qiao Weiying surrounded Wang Hua and fought. Wang Hua was confident that he had a high cultivation base, so he was not afraid of a battle of attrition. However, Wang Hua saw Qiao Weiying take out a white jade-like elixir and swallow it, and a moment later, Luan Yu did the same. Only Lu Ping's genuine essence was so strong that he was not afraid of consuming his genuine essence even after using a powerful sword technique like the genuine essence one sword chi. Wang Hua suddenly remembered that Lu Ping was an alchemy grandmaster. In such a life-and-death battle, how could his opponents not have elixirs that could restore genuine essence? Wang Hua suddenly felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Although he also had 1 or 2 elixirs that could restore genuine essence, those were used to save his life. He was not like the 3 people in front of him, who were determined to use these precious elixirs to fight a battle of attrition. In fact, Wang Hua did not know that Lu Ping was not the only alchemy grandmaster in front of him. When Luan Yu was in the blood condensation realm, his alchemy skills were even better than Lu Ping's. After advancing to the core forging realm, he naturally became an alchemy grandmaster as well. However, after advancing to the core forging realm, Luan Yu changed his appearance and looked very different from the long-necked youth. Wang Hua did not recognize him. The more Wang Hua fought, the more worried he became. If this continued, the one who would be exhausted would be himself, a mid-stage core forging realm cultivator. He did not know where Lu Jiu found these cultivators. They were only at the first level of the core forging realm, but except for Hong Ying, the other 3 were far stronger than cultivators of the same level. Lu Jiu was even more monstrous. Most of his attacks were blocked by him, and his true strength seemed to be able to compete with him. How was this possible? Wang Hua did not want to believe it. However, his intuition clearly told him that Lu Jiu had not even used his full strength. He still had some tricks up his sleeves. Since he was afraid, he decided to leave. Well, since I can't do anything to you minor repairs today, I will leave first. In the future, when the 3 mid-stage core forging realm masters of the Wang family gather, we will definitely wipe you all out. There was also the Zhang family and the Li family. These two families would definitely be involved in today's matter. The Crystal Palace might not be able to directly intervene because of the Northern Alliance, but the Crystal Palace had many ways to punish small families like the Zhang family and the Li family. Wang Hua made up his mind. The mystic wood shield suddenly expanded, covering him firmly. He rushed straight towards Qiao Weiying. The mystic wood ruler attacked 3 times in a row at Lu Ping and the other 2 people. Qiao Weiying was forced to retreat again and again. Lu Ping and Wan Yu hurried forward to resist together. At this moment, Wang Hua suddenly retreated. The conveyance light flashed under his feet and he was about to escape. Not good, he wants to escape. Qiao Weiying did not dodge perfected Wang Hua's attack. She swung her hands and the 2 daggers flew out of her hands. They drew a semicircle in the air and blocked perfected Wang Hua's path of retreat. Qiao Weiying's protective upstanding qi had not become a small supernatural power yet. She was seriously injured by Wang Hua's attack and vomited blood. The 2 daggers were also knocked away by the mystic wood shield, but she still managed to block Wang Hua. At this moment, 2 crystal clear jade bracelets suddenly flew out of Lu Ping's hands. The 2 jade bracelets caught up with Wang Hua's flying figure in the air, then they quickly expanded and flew towards Wang Hua. Wang Hua placed the mystic wood shield on top of his head and the mystic wood ruler down. A sea forest quickly appeared. Wang Hua flashed and disappeared in the forest. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed. One of the jade bracelets grew again and covered the whole forest. A black flame suddenly wrapped the jade bracelets. The whole forest was suddenly surrounded by a sea of fire and turned into ashes. This is Black Prison Poisonous Fire. Wan Yu recognized this kind of flame at a glance. She did not care about showing her envy. Suddenly, a green light lit up in the sea of fire and rushed out of the forest to escape. Lu Ping sneered and the other jade ring clanged loudly. An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. The green light smashed through the ice wall, but its surface was covered in a layer of ice, so it had no choice but to slow down. The fire ring caught up with it again and the raging poisonous fire encircled the green light. The green light suddenly expanded and the layer of ice armor wrapped around the green light cracked. The flying speed increased again. However, Lu Ping did not give it a chance. The ice ring had already appeared under the green light. The cold ice climbed up, and the poisonous fire spewed down. The 2 suddenly met, and there was a loud bang all around. The green escape light was finally broken by the poisonous fire and cold ice. Perfected Wang Hua staggered out, and the ring of ice and fire shrank rapidly, and wrapped around perfected Wang Hua. Chapter 324. Daoist Wang Hua's expression changed dramatically. He held the profound wood shield above his head while the profound wood ruler struck at the jade bracelet. A dark blue sword silhouette appeared once again and knocked the profound wood ruler away. However, the water nether sword itself trembled slightly. The profound wood ruler was a magic treasure that had condensed 3 restrictions, after all. Even though the water nether sword had caught it off guard, cracks still appeared on its body. The ice and fire bracelets took the opportunity to fall, trapping Daoist Wang Hua in the middle. Daoist Wang Hua's expression changed again. The blue light from the profound wood shield suddenly intensified, blocking the ice and fire bracelets. Daoist Wang Hua had underestimated the power of the ice and fire bracelets. Each ice and fire bracelets only had 1 treasure restriction, but when they were combined, their power was no less than that of a magic treasure with 3 treasure restrictions. Moreover, in order to fully display the power of the ice and fire bracelets, Lu Ping had condensed 2 heaven and earth mysterious treasures, the dark prison poisonous fire and the true ice water, into the ice and fire bracelets, increasing their power. The ice and fire bracelets tightened and the green light from the profound wood bracelets resisted. With a creaking sound, the 2 were in a deadlock. Even if the ice and fire bracelets had a magical effect, how could Lu Jiu's true essence compete with Daoist Wang Hua's cultivation of the 4th stage of core forging? However, in reality, Lu Ping was in a deadlock with Daoist Wang Hua. How could Daoist Wang Hua believe this? Now, enlightened Master Wang Hua finally believed that Lu Ping and the others weren't daydreaming when they ambushed a cultivator whose cultivation base far surpassed theirs. They really did have the strength to do so. Daoist Wang Hua finally panicked. Daoist Wang Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly made a few hand signs. The profound wood shield that was bound finally shone with a green light and slowly opened the ice and fire bracelets. However, Lu Ping didn't panic. He formed a different hand seal with each hand, and the ice and fire bracelets ignited with black flames while the ice and fire bracelets emitted a misty white aura. The ice and fire bracelets blocked the expansion of the azure light. Daoist Wang Hua suddenly felt a burst of heat directly burning the blue light of the mysterious wood shield into nothingness. His own Jin Yuan seemed to have directly become the fuel for the dark prison poison fire. At the same time, a feeling of weakness and aging directly acted on his body through his Jin Yuan. Not good, this black flame is poisonous. Perfected Wang Hua was shocked. The true essence in his body surged, trying to expel the true essence that was affected by the dark prison poisonous fire. However, what made perfected Wang Hua despair again was that a cold air penetrated his lungs. The true essence in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. No matter how perfected Wang Hua urged it, the true essence was like an exhausted old man, moving like a snail. In just a moment, in front of Wang Hua's desperate eyes, the hellfire poison penetrated the core space along with the true essence in Wang Hua's body, while the true ice water froze Wang Hua into an ice block from the outside to the inside. The blue light of the mysterious wood shield was broken by the ice and fire bracelets, and then perfected Wang Hua's body was also frozen by the bracelets. A golden pill with 4 runes on its surface sprang out of the ice. Before it could fly more than 10 feet away, a huge sailor suddenly rose from the sea and grabbed the golden pill. Lu Ping's divine sense was like a torrent, instantly rushing into the golden pill and destroying perfected Wang Hua's divine sense contained in the golden pill. Cultivators in the core forging stage began to fuse their divine sense into the golden pill. The golden pill was the condensation of the cultivator's cultivation essence. Therefore, the golden pill could be said to be the cultivator's second life. If the cultivator's body was destroyed, the cultivator could even use the golden pill and the divine sense contained in it to reincarnate. This method was called possession in the cultivation world. However, the golden pill could not fuse all the cultivator's divine sense into it. Therefore, there were always various shackles in the possession of the golden pill. Not only was it extremely difficult to succeed, but even if it succeeded, it was almost impossible for the cultivator to achieve anything after the possession unless the cultivator could go further and fuse all the divine sense into the golden pill. Because the divine sense was the final fusion of the cultivator's cultivation and divine sense, the divine sense even had the magical power to exist without the body. Lu Ping reached out and retrieved a storage bracelet from the ice shards. Then, he picked up the broken wooden shield and the mystic wood ruler that was floating on the surface of the sea. He turned around and looked at Wan Yu and Xiao Weiying behind him. Both of them were dumbfounded. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Let's go. Wang Hua is dead. The Wang family's forces in the fallen secret land are no longer a threat. However, we still need to plan for a while. After all, the Wang family's strength is still there. We still need to guard against their counterattack. Sangling Island should have been conquered by now. There is a small spirit vein there that is suitable for everyone to recuperate and cultivate." Wan Yu and the others nodded and flew towards Sangling Island with the injured Hong Ying and Qi Lianying. Lu Ping turned around and cupped his hands towards the sky above the sea in the east, then turned around and left. A moment later, 2 middle-aged cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea in the east. They were Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, the 2 enlightened masters who had been hiding. "He already knew that we were waiting?" Zhang Feng asked in surprise. Li Maolin smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid so." Zhang Feng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Li, you have just advanced to the mid-core forging realm. If Brother Li encountered Wang Hua today, what are your chances of winning? Li Maolin was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid there is only a slim chance of survival, unless I escape when Lu Jiu appears. Zhang Feng looked at Li Maolin in a daze. Li Maolin's face was calm, without the slightest embarrassment. After a while, Zhang Feng said, Brother Li is straightforward, but I don't know if Brother Li has noticed. What? Li Maolin was confused when he saw that Zhang Feng was keeping him in suspense. Life-bound magic treasure or life-bound magic treasure. Although alchemist Lu Jiu used 3 magic treasures, 1 sword, 2 rings, and an invisible flying sword, they are not his life-bound magic treasures. How can a second-layer core forging cultivator not have a life-bound magic treasure? But he didn't use it. What does this mean? This time, it was Li Maolin's turn to be stunned. After a long time, Li Maolin took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid the Wang clan won't be able to gain any advantage this time. The battle on Sungling Island was nearing its end. Under the surprise attack of more than 100 cultivators from Hearing Waves Island, the Wang clan, without the protection of the island's protective array and the core forging realm enlightened masters, suffered heavy casualties. Out of the 50 to 60 Wang clan cultivators on Sungling Island, only 40 to 50 corpses remained. Some of them even fled towards the depths of the fallen secret land. Lu Ping returned to Sungling Island first. On the island, inside enlightened Master Wang Hua's cave abode, the Samling hid in the shadows. When Lu Ping entered the cave abode, he saw the corpses of 9 Wang clan cultivators lying on the ground. These cultivators were all in the late blood condensation realm. Clearly, they were the Wang clan's elite disciples. When they sensed that the island's protective array had been destroyed, they immediately came to investigate and were ambushed by the Samling. The Samling were now at the peak of the blood condensation realm. It was hard to find a match among cultivators in the same realm as them. Moreover, they ambushed the Wang clan cultivators. How could they be a match for the Samling? Seeing that Lu Ping had arrived, the Samling transformed into a boy with a human body and a snake tail. They greeted Lu Ping with a smile while bragging about how many enemies they had defeated. Naturally, Lu Ping had to praise them. In the end, he even rewarded each of them with a bottle of the honey pills he had concocted using amethyst honey as the main ingredient. De Bao appeared out of nowhere with more than a dozen storage pouches hanging around his neck. When he saw Lu Ping handing out the honey pills, he immediately recalled the smell of these pills. He hurriedly ran forward to show off his achievements, hoping to snatch a few from Lu Ping. However, when Lu Ping saw him, he directly gave him a few condensed blood pearls. These were specially bought by Lu Ping in Qianyuan City for De Bao. He instructed him to go into closed-door cultivation after he returned and only come out when he had advanced to the late blood condensation realm. After that, Lu Ping even tore off the storage pouches hanging around De Bao's neck, causing the Samling to giggle at De Bao. By the time Wan Yu and the rest returned, Lu Ping had already sent the Samling back to the House of Gold. It was best to keep the information about the Green Sea Snake to himself. After settling Hong Ying and the rest down to recuperate, Yi Buki, Wu Yan, and the rest also rushed to the cave abode. They reported to Lu Ping that Sungling Island had completely fallen into their hands. They also reported to Lu Ping about the number of casualties on Sungling Island. Lu Ping then ordered his men to reward each Listening Waves Island cultivator who participated in the battle with 500 spirit stones. The injured cultivators would receive a bottle of healing medicinal pellets and a bottle of cultivation medicinal pellets. The fallen cultivators would be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones and 2 bottles of cultivation medicinal pellets. The deceased cultivators would also be given compensation to their families. Listening Waves Island would be responsible for taking care of their descendants. After Lu Ping's reward, all the cultivators cheered loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted, but the spirit stones in Lu Ping's hands had shrunk by 70,000 to 80,000. Half of the cultivation pills that Yu Jiangrui had accumulated over the years had also been used up. Lu Ping ordered Hong Ying's 4 Vajras and Yi Buki's 5 brothers to be the island masters of the 9 outer islands. These 9 people were all at least in the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Each of them had a late blood condensation realm cultivator as their assistant, and 10 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators to manage the islands. The rest of the cultivators were gathered on Sungling Island by Lu Ping. There were only a dozen late blood condensation realm cultivators and 30 to 40 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators left. Lu Ping ordered them to set up defenses around the island and patrol the nearby seas. The battle between Lu Ping and the Wang family had just begun. Killing enlightened Wang Hua was just the beginning. Lu Ping couldn't afford to be careless. However, what Lu Ping didn't know was that a few of the Wang family's cultivators survived. Zhang Feng and Li Maolin didn't seem to have any reason to hide the fact that Lu Ping and the others had worked together to kill enlightened Wang Hua. The news of Wang Hua's death and the Wang family's expulsion from the fallen mystic realm spread like wildfire in the Northern Alliance. At the same time, 4 first-layer core forging realm cultivators and 1 second-layer core forging realm cultivator dared to kill a mid-core forging realm cultivator. What was even more unbelievable was that they succeeded. Alchemy Master Lu Jiu, Scarlet Shadow Island Master Hong Ying, Black Mountain Gang's young Master Qiao Weiying, the mysterious beautiful Enlightened Master, and the mysterious young Enlightened Master. These 5 people suddenly became famous in the Northern Alliance. Chapter 325. Lu Ping gave the orders and everyone went back to work, except for Yi Buki. The two of them had a secret discussion in the cave dwelling for 2 hours before Yi Buki left with an excited look on his face. At this time, Lu Ping walked out of the cave residence and said to an empty place, "Come out. There is no one else here." A black figure suddenly appeared beside a big stone. Chu Ting looked even more valiant in her black nocturnal Taoist robe. Chu Ting looked at Lu Ping's eyes in surprise and said, "Is this the true pupils of 3 pure that you are practicing? I haven't mastered it yet, but you can see through my hidden celestial device. It seems that I also need to practice a kind of magical power that can see through falsehood." Lu Ping didn't answer her. Instead, he asked directly, "This action of expelling the Wang family is an indirect action that I helped your boudoir to deal with the Crystal Palace. According to the agreement, did you bring the tactical matrix plate?" Seeing that Lu Ping was serious, Chu Ting didn't say more. She took out a large jade plate with a radius of 1 meter from her storage celestial device and handed it to Lu Ping. She said, "If you want, this tactical matrix plate is a gift from my boudoir. You can take it and use it." Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "No need. I expelled the Wang family from the fallen secret land just to establish a foundation for myself in the East Sea. The cooperation with the boudoir to deal with the Crystal Palace is just a convenience. What's more, the boudoir has promised to help me establish a foothold for the force I run. After dealing with the senior officials of the Northern Alliance and the Crystal Palace, we are even this time. As for the tactical matrix plate, I will pay you back with enough elixirs. If I give it to you for free, you don't have to say any more." Chu Ting didn't want to give up and said, "Having a territory is not enough to build a force. If you have the support of the boudoir, your force can not only be consolidated quickly, but also grow steadily. But the prerequisite is that this force must be personally controlled by me, and no one else is allowed to interfere." Lu Ping interrupted Chu Ting's persuasion without hesitation. Then, he raised the formation plate in his hand and said, "Of course, if it's such a mutually beneficial and fair transaction, I'm still willing to do it. No matter what, I'm still very kind to the boudoir." Chu Ting watched as Lu Ping's eyes wandered. The expression on her face kept changing. No one knew what she was thinking. It was then that Wu Yan, who was far away, led tens of cultivators over. Seeing that, Chu Ting's face turned resolute. Taking 2 steps forward, she disappeared from sight. Not long after Wu Yan and the rest entered the cave abode, they each held something in their hands and flew off in different directions of Tsangling Island. Just as Chu Ting left Tsangling Island, Lu Ping inserted the 18 high-quality spirit stones and 108 medium-quality spirit stones into the formation plate. The formation plate in the cave abode vibrated, resonating with the surroundings of Tsangling Island. Then, a ray of blue light shot from the center of Tsangling Island into the sky. Then, like a giant umbrella opening, it enveloped the entire Tsangling Island. Faint cheers came from Tsangling Island. Chu Ting turned to look at the island's protective array and flew off. In an instant, she disappeared into the darkening sea. In the cave abode, Lu Ping sensed that Chu Ting had left. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Then, he went to a cultivation room in the cave abode to recover his true yuan. The 5 mini-spiritual veins on Hearing Waves Island had been moved over, increasing the size of the spiritual veins on Tsangling Island by half. Lu Ping had originally planned to leave one on each of the mini-islands. However, there were not enough on the 9 mini-islands. Thus, Lu Ping moved the spiritual veins here and set a rule for the 9 island masters to take turns using the spiritual veins to cultivate. The next day, with the help of Debao, Wu Yan found and counted all the spoils left by the Wang family on Tsangling Island. On Tsangling Island, there was 1 mini-spiritual vein and 37 places where spiritual energy gathered. Among them, there were 28 spiritual fields with a total of 60 mu. There were 5 spiritual herb gardens with a total of 9 mu. Most of them were 500-year-old spiritual herbs. The remaining 4 gardens were high-tier spiritual vine gardens with 6,800-year-old vines. There was also a high-tier spiritual tea garden that produced half a gene of high-tier spiritual tea every month. There was also a high-tier spiritual wood garden with a total of 59 high-tier spiritual trees. There was also a peak-tier spiritual bamboo garden with 35 stalks of peak-tier wind-singing bamboos. In addition, there was a mini-spiritual mine on Tsangling Island that produced about 80 pieces of spiritual stones a day. There was also a high-tier jadestone mine and a mid-tier mudstone mine. When Lu Ping heard about the spoils of Tsangling Island, he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder all the factions in the Eastern Sea liked to establish their own territories in the fallen secret region. Even sects like Xinling had traveled thousands of miles to establish their own territories in the fallen secret region. With such rich cultivation resources, even if there was a mini-spiritual vein on a small island, it would already be considered good if the resources available were only half of what Tsangling Island had. When Xiao Weiying, Hong Ying, and Qi Lianying heard about the spoils of Tsangling Island, they were all in disbelief. Their faces were filled with excitement. They felt that they had definitely made a profit from this adventure. Only Wan Yu did not pay much attention to this. He only looked at the excited faces of the others and laughed. Lu Ping, on the other hand, knew that the wealthier these clans were, the more the Wang clan wouldn't give up, and the more likely they would fight back. However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud at this time to spoil everyone's mood. Besides, such a trivial matter didn't require him to remind them. Other than that, there were the storage pouches of the Wang family's cultivators. Other than the spiritual herbs which were all collected by Lu Ping, the rest of the items were not of interest to them. A portion was used by Wu Yan, and the rest was distributed to the cultivators under her. Wu Yan was in charge of this, and Lu Ping was too lazy to care about it. What Lu Ping and the others were interested in was the storage bracelet of enlightened Wang Hua. Since there was no such thing as a secret vault on Tsangling Island, everything was naturally carried by enlightened Wang Hua, who had the highest cultivation. First was Wang Hua's natal magic treasure, the mystic wood ruler and the mystic wood shield that had been condensed with 3 treasure seals. This set of magic treasures, one for offense and the other for defense, complemented each other even more mysteriously, and could even perform the forest of 10,000 trees, small supernatural power. Wan Yu had long coveted these 2 items. He had the body of a wood luan, so the black wood treasure could also display its power in his hands. Moreover, after Wenyu entered the core forging stage, he still did not have a suitable treasure. Therefore, Lu Ping left the Blackwood Shield and Blackwood Ruler to Wenyu. Cultivation techniques and minor techniques were always beneficial to a faction. Unfortunately, Lu Ping did not find enlightened Wang Hua's cultivation technique and the Myriad Wood Forest minor technique in the storage bracelet. However, there was the cultivation technique for enlightened Wang Hua's defensive minor technique, Sun Lua Wall. Seeing that Wenyu was not interested in it, Lu Ping knew that he had already cultivated other minor techniques, so he kept the jade slips. There were also some jade slips. Although the contents were not of interest to Lu Ping and the rest, they were still useful to the blood condensation cultivators under them. Lu Ping ordered Wu Yan to store these jade slips and open up a cave abode for his subordinates to read. These jade slips were the foundation of their faction. There was a fist-sized silver astral stone. This was a mutated, second-grade metal-attributed spiritual material. Xiao Weiying smiled and took it. His natal magic treasure was a pair of daggers. With this silver astral stone, the quality of his daggers would rise to a higher level. There was also a magic treasure, the fire pearl. However, this magic treasure was not high quality. It barely condensed a treasure restriction inside and had almost no possibility of improving it in the future. Naturally, its power would not be high. Enlightened Wang Hua did not use it in battle. It was probably because the attribute was not compatible. However, it was still a magic treasure, and its power was much stronger than a top-grade magic treasure. Hong Ying had just advanced to the core forging realm and cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. The pestle in his hand was lent to him by Lu Ping. With the fire bead in his hands, he could unleash a lot of its power. Hong Ying was a rogue cultivator. Before he was subdued by Lu Ping, becoming a core forging enlightened master was something he didn't even dare to think about. In the ambush against enlightened Wang Hua, he contributed the least, but he still received a magic treasure. How could Hong Ying not be ecstatic? Wu Yan was the only blood condensation realm cultivator in the cultivation room. After Yi Buki's private talk with Lu Ping yesterday, he went into seclusion in one of the cultivation rooms in the spirit vein. Wu Yan didn't even need to think to know that Lu Ping was trying to help Yi Buki become a core forging enlightened master. Looking at Hong Ying's excited face, how could Wu Yan not be envious? At that moment, he heard Lu Ping say, "You don't have to be envious of them. The cultivation technique they gave you is a relatively complete inheritance. I've already asked Yu Jiangrui to prepare the essence expanding pill and the 7-step marked pill for you. You can consume them after you advance to the peak of the blood condensation realm. At that time, you will have a high chance of becoming a core forging enlightened master. However, you must be careful when you supplement your bloodline for the 3rd time. Do not use other bloodlines or bloodlines of different attributes." After hearing Lu Ping's explanation, how could Wu Yan not be grateful? He was weak by nature and wasn't good at fighting. If he hadn't followed Lu Ping before Hong Ying and Yi Buki, and if he hadn't been diligent in handling the trivial matters that Lu Ping didn't care about, he wouldn't be where he was today. After listening to Lu Ping's instructions, how could Wu Yan not be grateful? He was cowardly and not good at fighting. If he didn't follow Lu Ping before Hong Ying and Yi Buki, and if he didn't take care of those trivial matters that Lu Ping didn't care about, he wouldn't be where he is today. So, it's 2 enchantments. One of them is of the fire attribute. Hong Ying, your life-bound artifact has finally been upgraded to a magic treasure. However, that life-bound artifact of yours is too weak. Whether or not it can be refined into a magic treasure is another matter. A treasure restriction was a good thing. Even if they didn't need it, they still had to engrave it so that they could use it to exchange for things they needed in the future. The jade slip that recorded the minor ability, Sun Luo Bai, was the same. A treasure restriction was of the water attribute. However, it wasn't suitable for Lu Ping to use. This treasure restriction was mainly used to bind, lock, and bind. It was very suitable for Qi Lianying's water sleeves. The other jade scroll was a water elemental enchantment treasure, but it wasn't suitable for Lu Ping's usage. The enchantment treasure mainly focused on binding, locking, and binding, but it was more suitable for Qi Lianying's water sleeves. Chapter 326. The good things in Wang Hua's storage artifact were almost divided up by everyone. What was left were mostly some spirit grasses and spirit materials. Many of these things were the specialties of Tsangling Island. It seemed that Wang Hua had indeed put all the harvest on Tsangling Island into his own storage artifact. Lu Ping picked out more than 100,000-year-old spirit grasses. These were the collection of Wang Hua for many years. He told Wu Yan to give the rest of the spirit grasses to Yu Jiangrui. He told Yu Jiangrui to store the spirit materials for storage. 2 bottles of core forging stage cultivation dawn were actually good things. Core forging stage dawn were already in short supply. Even though there were 2 alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation room, they couldn't make bricks without straw. The dawn were divided between Hongying and Wenyu since their cultivations were the lowest. Lu Ping also found a pill recipe called the Eastern Wood Pill. It was a kind of cultivation pill that was only used in the middle stage of the core forging stage. This was a pleasant surprise. What Lu Ping lacked now was a pill recipe for the core forging stage. There were about 500,000 spirit stones inside. Lu Ping had once plundered a mid-sized spirit vein and obtained 3 million spirit stones. Although he had been extravagant and spent a lot of spirit stones in the past few years, he didn't really care about the 500,000 spirit stones. He only gave a few high-grade spirit stones to Wenyu and left the rest to Wu Yan to take care of. On the 3rd day, Yu Jiangrui found Lu Ping. "Have you really decided to do this?" Lu Ping hesitantly looked at Yu Jiangrui, who had a calm face in front of him. "Yes, during this time, I have tried several methods, whether it was the essence expanding pill, the meridian strengthening pill, the pure blood pill, the 7-step mark pill, the enchanting thought pill, or the other pills that I have mastered that can help me break through to the core forging stage. However, there was no change in my cultivation. If I don't use these methods, I'm afraid that I will end up like my master, waiting for my lifespan to run out." Lu Ping's expression turned solemn as he said, "In the cultivation world, there are countless alchemy recipes and countless extraordinary people. Maybe there are medicinal pellets or other methods that can help you improve your cultivation. If you use such a secret technique, although you can enter the core forging realm and become a grandmaster alchemist with your alchemy skills, your cultivation base is ultimately not your own. Not only will your strength be low, but you will also never be able to improve your cultivation base. As an alchemy master, my strength is low. So what if I become the lowest existence among the core forging stage? Not to mention that I have an extra 200 or 300 years of life, right?" Seeing that Yu Jiangrui had made up his mind, Lu Ping knew it was useless to try to persuade him otherwise. So, he took out a jade box from his interspatial ring and opened it. Inside the box was a golden pellet with 4 patterns carved on its surface. It was enlightened Master Wang Hua's golden pellet. Yu Jiangrui saw that Lu Ping was a little hesitant, so he directly took the jade box from his hand and said with a smile, "You don't seem to be a stingy person. What's wrong?" "Don't worry, I'll stay under you for another 10 years. I'll use a 4th stage core forging stage golden pill to exchange for an alchemy grandmaster for 10 years. No matter what, you've made a profit." Lu Ping smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yu Jiangrui had already walked quickly into another cultivation room in the cave mansion. Yu Jiangrui's cultivation had reached the peak of the blood condensation realm because of the alchemy inheritance he received and the mistakes he made in his cultivation. This was also the reason why Yu Jiangrui became narrow-minded and could not tolerate outstanding alchemists in the blood condensation realm. In the end, he lost to Lu Ping in the cauldron smashing agreement and became a servant for 10 years. In the end, it was just a fight between Lu Ping and Yu Jiangrui. In the end, Lu Ping won by a narrow margin. Now that he thought about it, he was too arrogant at that time and lacked modesty. The secret technique that Yu Jiangrui used was called the pill marriage secret technique. It relied on a core forging stage cultivator's golden pill and fused it into the space in his heart, allowing his cultivation to reach the core forging stage with the help of the golden pill. This was a shortcut. Although it was fast, it cut off the cultivator's hope of advancing further. No matter how high the golden pill was, the cultivator's cultivation could only stay at the early stage of the core forging stage for the rest of his life. Moreover, because the golden pill was not condensed from the cultivator's true essence, it was difficult for the cultivator to exert even a tenth of their strength in a fight. In fact, the cultivator was at the bottom of the core forging stage. It was also the last resort for blood condensation cultivators when their lifespans were exhausted and they had no hope of reaching the core forging stage. Lu Ping sighed and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, there were two things he had to do. One was to refine a batch of pills for the core forging stage. This was the deal Lu Ping made with the boudoir. Chu Ting had given the spiritual herbs to Lu Ping when she delivered the formation disc for the island's protective formation. With such a huge secret force like the boudoir, how could it not have a pill refiner? Putting everything else aside, Perfected Plum, who was closely related to the sect, seemed to be a pill refiner grandmaster. However, Perfected Plum seemed to have reached the critical moment of reaching the Dharma manifestation stage, so she naturally wouldn't make a move. Even Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's hurried departure from Silver Sword Island seemed to have something to do with this. Could it be to protect Perfected Plum? But why did Perfected Plum only trust Uncle Master Yang Xianfeng for such a huge force like the boudoir? Could it be that she didn't even trust her own force and would rather trust an outsider? Or could it be that the boudoir, a huge hidden force in the East Sea, actually had many internal factions, so Perfected Plum had no choice but to rely on external forces? Thinking of the Zhongxian's cave, when the cultivators of the boudoir ambushed the cultivators of the Crystal Palace, one of the perfected cultivators surnamed Jiang seemed to have something to say to Chu Ting and Perfected Plum. Lu Ping was even more certain. If this was the case, it made sense for Chu Ting to borrow his hands to refine pills. She was cultivating the power of her own faction. Although Chu Ting was also an alchemy grandmaster, she was the master of the boudoir, or the 24 pavilions. Not only was she busy, but there were also countless eyes secretly watching her. Handing over the alchemy to an outsider, and then secretly strengthening the power of her faction. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Ping's alchemy skills were far above hers. Secondly, they had to guard against the counterattack of the cultivators of the Wang family. Perfected Wang Hua was one of the only 3 mid-stage core forging cultivators in the Wang family. The moment he died, the Wang family already knew. However, the distance between the fallen secret land and the San family island was so long that even a core forging cultivator would need 3 to 5 days to get there. Moreover, if the cultivators of the Wang family were normal, they would never rush to the fallen secret land so rashly. If they could kill a mid-stage core forging cultivator, they could naturally kill a second and a third. Before the Wang family figured out what happened in the fallen secret land, they would never take further action. However, when they figured out what happened, the constraints of the Northern Alliance and the boudoir would make the Wang family and the Crystal Palace hesitant to take action. What's more, Lu Ping had already reconstructed the island's defensive array formation. With the defensive array formation carefully chosen by Lu Ping, even if the Wang clan's 2 mid-core forging realm cultivators attacked at the same time, Lu Ping and the others were confident that they would be able to fend them off. To put it bluntly, Lu Ping was also gambling. However, he came to the East Sea alone, so even if he failed, he would not lose anything. If he succeeded, he would have established his own foundation. Of course, this foundation would still be managed by Hong Ying and the other 2. After all, Lu Ping was not born in the East Sea, so he would have to return to the North Sea in the future. Moreover, Chu Ting and Zhu Xianmeng also knew some details about Lu Ping. Although their teacher, the mysterious immortal Plum, was inextricably linked to Zhenling, Lu Ping would not pin his hopes on others to keep his secrets. Moreover, the person who had a close relationship with Xinling was Immortal Plum, not her disciple. At least, Chu Ting and Lu Ping were scheming against each other for the sake of the boudoir. She was trying her best to win over Lu Ping. Lu Ping gave a part of the spirit herbs that Chu Ting gave to Wan Yu. Wan Yu could not wait to test her alchemy skills after advancing to the core forging stage. Although the spirit herb garden in the space of the Golden House was handed over by Lu Ping to Wan Yu to manage, the small mountain was still a forbidden area for Lu Ping. Lu Ping had too many secrets, so Wan Yu decided to follow him. Moreover, it was because of the need to manage the spirit herb garden that Lu Ping disclosed many of the secrets of the Golden House to Wan Yu. However, this did not mean that Lu Ping had to disclose all of his secrets. At the very least, treasures like the Na Chuan cauldron, the 12 gentian beads, the profound heavy water, and the 9th grade white jade lotus were things that Lu Ping could not tell anyone except for himself. After Lu Ping's cultivation reached the second stage of the core forging stage, there was a significant improvement in all aspects. Naturally, his alchemy skills had also improved correspondingly. Since he was concocting pellets for someone else, Lu Ping naturally didn't want to use a precious treasure like the purple crystal royal jelly or a high-grade spirit stone to cast spirit explosion art. He also wouldn't use a second-grade wood element spirit material as charcoal to fuel the azure spirit fire. However, even so, Lu Ping had the experience of refining the Bell Cauldron pill, a pill that was half a step into the transcendence stage. Although it was a fluke, Lu Ping almost died from exhaustion from refining the Bell Cauldron pill, and his years of accumulation was also wasted. However, this experience was undoubtedly extremely valuable to an alchemist. When Lu Ping was concocting blood condensation realm medicinal pellets, he could easily achieve a 100% success rate. Even when he was concocting early core forging realm medicinal pellets, he could still easily maintain a 50% success rate. This was because Lu Ping had just advanced to the core forging realm, and he had to use all of his skills to concoct golden marrow pellets. However, Lu Ping was still doing his best to improve his alchemy skills. After all, Lu Ping's cultivation had already reached the second stage of the core forging stage, which was the time when the heart forging pill would come into play. However, the heart forging pill was a higher grade pill than the Bell Cauldron pill, and it was a pill that was half a step into the transcendence stage. However, this kind of pill was something that Lu Ping would definitely not let others refine. In the eyes of any force, the heart forging pill was an existence that defied the natural order. If news of this pill were to be leaked, the cultivation world would inevitably be in a bloodbath. Lu Ping would be the first unlucky person to be exposed. This was also why the Liao family of the North Sea did not dare to leak the news of the heart-forging pill. It was also why Liao who risked his life to enter the Golden Fallen Valley to find the remains of his grandfather, Liao Ding. Chapter 327. The concoction of the Bell Cauldron pill required 5 types of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, these spiritual herbs were the most common among the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Their medicinal effects were not that valuable. On the other hand, the Forging Heart pill required 3 types of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 9-fold grass, 7 battle flowers, and yin-yang branches. Each of them was extremely valuable among the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Hence, the difficulty of concocting the Forging Heart pill was even higher than the Bell Cauldron pill. Fortunately, Lu Ping had already found the 9-fold grass and 7 battle flowers from enlightened Master Liao Ding's magic treasures. He also found the rarest yin-yang branches in the Golden House that he obtained from Zhong Xian's cave abode. Thus, he barely managed to gather enough spiritual herbs to concoct the Forging Heart pill. Unfortunately, concocting the Forging Heart pill required a lot of time, and the alchemist had to do a lot of preparation work. After consuming the Forging Heart pill, Lu Ping had to spend a long time in seclusion to refine the medicinal energy and consolidate his cultivation. Hence, Lu Ping had no choice but to postpone his plan to concoct the Forging Heart pill until the Wang family's matter was settled. 7 to 8 days passed. On this day, As Lu Ping was meditating in his cultivation room, an angry howl suddenly came from the outskirts of Tsangling Island. The howl covered a distance of a few li in an instant. The howl seemed even more agitated because of the increased speed of the howl. The overflowing divine sense pressure borrowed the howl's momentum to crush the blood condensation realm cultivators on Tsangling Island. Lu Ping frowned. The incomer's cultivation was definitely above the core forging realm. However, the howl was directed at the blood condensation realm cultivators on Tsangling Island. This kind of divine sense attack could cause significant damage to early and mid-blood condensation realm cultivators. It was obvious that the incomer was trying to intimidate the blood condensation realm cultivators on Tsangling Island. This was against the unwritten rules of the cultivation world. Lu Ping slammed his hand on the ground. With a loud bang, the island's protective array was activated. The entire Tsangling Island was covered in a sea blue shield. The howl was immediately weakened. Lu Ping took the lead and walked out of the grotto mansion, followed by Qi Lianying and the other two. Wan Yu, however, did not come out. Wan Yu was a Yao after all, and a member of the Woodluan clan at that. Once a cultivator like Lu Ping who cultivated a vision ability saw through them, Lu Ping and the others would be charged with the crime of colluding with Yao cultivators. If they were to provoke Fa Xiang Laozu to kill Wan Yu and take her gold core, Lu Ping and the others would not be able to live. The four of them walked out of the island's protective array formation. The two middle-aged cultivators hovered in the air with their hands clasped behind their backs. One of them looked at the ocean blue protective array formation on Tsangling Island. It was clearly stronger than the Wang clan's protective array formation on Tsangling Island. The other middle-aged cultivator in green robes looked at Lu Ping and the others with interest. When Qi Lianying and the others saw the two mid-core forging cultivators, their expressions changed. Could it be that the Wang clan's only two mid-core forging cultivators had arrived? Was the Wang clan going to stake everything on this one attack? Everyone looked at Lu Ping in front of them, only to see that he was calm and unperturbed by the appearance of the two mid-core forging realm cultivators in front of him. Were you the ones who killed my third brother and stole the Wang clan's property? The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping and the others and asked in a cold voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Your Excellency is so majestic and fierce. It seems that one day we should go to the Wang clan's manor on the Three Clans Island and roar. Let the Wang clan's low-level cultivators come and admire us. How could Lu Ping respond to his words? Instead, he retaliated with a barrage of insults, insinuating that the middle-aged cultivator had broken the rules of the cultivation world by attacking low-level cultivators. When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, his expression suddenly became sluggish and his aura weakened. When he had rushed over, he had only wanted to intimidate Lu Ping and the others. However, he had forgotten that the low-level cultivators on the island could not withstand the spiritual sense attack of a core forging cultivator. If the other party went crazy and attacked the Wang clan's low-level cultivators, both sides would suffer. This was not something the Wang clan wanted to see. After all, the Wang clan was not made up of a few core forging cultivators. Hee hee. At this moment, the green-robed middle-aged cultivator laughed and said, "This must be Master Lu Jiu. No matter what, you killed enlightened Master Wang Hua and slaughtered dozens of Wang clan cultivators on the Tsangling Island." Enlightened Master Wang Zhou lost control of his emotions in a fit of rage. On the other hand, Master Lu and the others killed people and seized the island. Their actions were despicable. Enlightened Master Wang Zhou came to take revenge. Is that wrong? Even if I see injustice, I will still step on it. Lu Ping carefully looked at the green-robed cultivator and casually glanced around. Suddenly, he laughed and asked in a clear voice, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the battle of the Northern Alliance?" Seeing Lu Ping laugh, the green-robed cultivator's heart tightened. Hearing this, he replied, "I am enlightened Master Wang Zhou's best friend. There is no need to tell me my name." Hee hee, Although fellow Taoist Qiu Yongzhen lives next to our three-family alliance in the fallen mystery land, we rarely interact. I don't know when you became Wang Zhou's best friend. I am very curious. Could it be that the Qiu clan, one of the 36 families under the Crystal Palace, and the Wang clan, one of the medium-sized forces of the Northern Alliance, are secretly in cahoots? A few miles away from the two sides, a voice slowly floated over. Two figures appeared and flew toward the Tsangling Island. They were Zhang Feng and Li Maolin. Anyone with a discerning eye would know the relationship between the Wang clan and the Crystal Palace. However, knowing was one thing, admitting it was another. As long as the Wang clan did not betray the Northern Alliance could not do anything to the Wang clan. Zhang Feng's question made Wang Zhou and Qiu Yongzhen panic. If this answer was not good, it would prove that the Wang clan was in cahoots with the Crystal Palace. The Northern Alliance could easily destroy the Wang clan. In the end, it was Wang Zhou who spoke. I am familiar with fellow Taoist Qiu, so I invited him to help. This has nothing to do with the Wang clan and the Qiu clan, let alone the Northern Alliance and the Crystal Palace. However, Brother Zhang and Brother Li were hiding and watching. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Or could it be that my third brother was ambushed and killed? Apart from these few small cultivators, were there other people like the two of you who were also hiding in the shadows? This Reverend Wang Zhou was not someone who was easy to deal with. With just a few words, he retorted sarcastically. Not only did he draw a line between the Wang clan and the cultivators of Water Crystal Palace, he even made a false accusation, implying that the two of them were not open and aboveboard. Li Maolin laughed and said, Brother Wang, you must be joking. Brother Zhang and I came here to tell Brother Wang that the Soundwave Manor is a force under the Northern Alliance after all. The grudge with the Wang clan is just an internal conflict of the Northern Alliance. If Brother Wang uses external forces to resolve the grudge, we might have to step in to suppress it. Wang Zhou's expression changed this time. He said, Soundwave Manor. When was this force established? When did the Northern Alliance recognize such a force? Why didn't the Wang clan know about it? Qiu Yongzhen's expression also changed as she looked at Li Maolin. At this time, another voice said, the Soundwave Manor was actually established half a year ago. The Dark Mountain Gang is the guarantor. Do you believe fellow Taoist Wang? When everyone looked over, they saw a cultivator in his 50s flying over slowly from afar. Wang Zhou, Zhang Feng, and the others looked back at Xiao Weiying who was standing behind Lu Ping. Xiao Weiying looked very similar to the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was the leader of the Dark Mountain Gang, Qiao Zhengyan. Li Maolin and the others naturally recognized him. The Dark Mountain Gang was a medium-sized force in the Northern Alliance. On the surface, it was not as powerful as any of the three islands. However, the base of the Dark Mountain Gang was in Qianyuan City. No one present believed that an ordinary medium-sized force in the Northern Alliance could stand firm in Qianyuan City. In fact, when Lu Ping first arrived at Qianyuan City, he had already noticed that an ordinary force with only 3 core forging experts could make so many large elixir stores in Qianyuan City give them face and sell their 1,000-year spirit herbs to Lu Ping. Their face was too big. Which of those large spirit herb stores didn't have a core forging expert behind them? When Lu Ping returned from Silver Sword Island, he had been waiting for Wen Yu to advance to the core forging stage in Qianyuan City. During this time, he began to make arrangements. He asked the Dark Mountain Gang to be his guarantor and applied to the Northern Alliance to establish his own force, the Soundwave Manor. This way, the battle between the Soundwave Manor and the Wang family would be included in the rules of the Northern Alliance. This way, they could avoid direct conflict with the Crystal Palace as much as possible. As expected, the Crystal Palace sent Qiu Yongzhen. This time, he had indeed come under the orders of the Crystal Palace to help. Naturally, the Crystal Palace would not personally help the Wang family. That would cause a violent backlash from the Northern Alliance. However, if the Crystal Palace were to help the Wang family, they would be able to completely disassociate themselves from the matter. However, Qiu Yongzhen never expected that the Soundwave Manor had already established its own force in advance and had already obtained the approval of the Northern Alliance. However, the Northern Alliance had kept this matter a secret. The Wang family had been schemed against. Qiu Yongzhen felt that she had walked to the edge of a trap. If she didn't clear her name, these 3 core forging experts who had just appeared might not be there for nothing. They might even want her to intervene and then take her life together to claim credit from the Northern Alliance. Wang Zhou naturally saw that this was the Northern Alliance using Lu Ping to punish the Wang family. Seeing that Qiu Yongzhen sighed and didn't say anything, he knew that the Wang family had already lost their outside help. The Wang family could only silently swallow this bitter fruit. He couldn't accept this. A wave of hostility rose from the bottom of his heart. Wang Zhou suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He stared at Lu Ping and said fiercely, "What a good internal power competition from the Northern Alliance. What a good scheme. However, the Wang family will not allow you to bully us like this. Today, you and I will fight. If I can't do anything to you, the Wang family will not cause trouble for the Soundwave Manor in the future. The Wang family will give you the property on Sangling Island as a gift. If you die in my hands, then you deserve it. The Northern Alliance can't blame the Wang family. Kid, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Reverend Qiu Yongzhen opened her mouth but didn't stop him. She didn't believe that Wang Zhou would lose. After all, the Wang family had sided with the Crystal Palace. However, in Qiu Yongzhen's eyes, Lu Ping definitely wouldn't accept the challenge. What a joke. Wang Zhou had been in the mid-core forging realm for decades and had long reached the peak of the 4th layer. He was only 1 step away from the 5th layer. How could Wang Hua, who had just entered the mid-core forging realm, compare to him? Hong Ying and Xiao Weiying both tried to persuade Lu Ping not to accept the challenge. Qi Lianying mocked Wang Zhou. A mid-core forging realm cultivator challenging a 2nd layer core forging realm cultivator, wasn't he afraid of becoming a joke? However, Wang Zhou turned a deaf ear to them. He only looked at Lu Ping and sneered. Zhang Feng, Li Maolin, and Xiao Jingyan also signaled Lu Ping not to accept the challenge. Lu Ping pondered for a while. Looking at Wang Zhou's mocking expression, he suddenly smiled and said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. What can you do to me?"